time to Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
You know, if you ever talk to somebody that did not know the sport of football and you just went up to them saying, Happy Legal Tampering Day, they would look at you like you had 10 heads and say, what the hell does that mean? What is legal tampering? I feel like that does not make sense. Well, it doesn't, but for whatever reason, it does in the NFL, and you was back to talk about it from St. Lucia. My man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning. Welcome back from vacation.
Good morning. Let's get legal. Well, it's only the third year of it.
Yeah.
So sometimes it takes people a time to get used to legal tampering, which is an oxymoron, by the way.
Yeah, it does not make sense.
Tampering is illegal. It is illegal to tamper. But, so, I mean, it's a legal tampering.
It's legal tampering day.
But I'm ready for it,
12
and
o'clock.
It's interesting.
I mean, look, it's why the NFL's the best. It's why they're the smartest. They create this fake day, right? Like Wednesday is the beginning of the new league year, like it usually always is in the NFL. But to your point, 3 years ago, they go, let's create a fake thing. Let's create something that does not make sense, that does not exist, which is legal tampering. We're going to just set it up 2 days earlier.
Yeah.
And every sports talk station in the United States, every sports talk television program in the United States is going to freaking talk about it. And that's why they're the king sport in this country. That's why they're the best.
Well, it can also deliver you, not only does it deliver you more content, but maybe it delivers us the next Saquon Barkley.
Could be.
Not a running back, but the next impact move that helps the Eagles, get back to their, next year is going to be the year that maybe they can bounce back again.
Maybe, or it could be the next Frank Gore, where you think you have somebody.
Well, that's a long, long time ago,
and
yes.
then you find out that you don't.
Right.
Connor Thomas also back from his golf trip. Connor, good morning.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
I'm glad all you guys decided to come back to work. That's
It was
great.
very, very nice, and you'll tell us in 4 weeks when you're away.
Yeah, sure.
We'll think of you, too.
Maybe I'll readjust my schedule.
There we go.
All right. So what is your emotion this week is where I want to start today. 610-632-0975. Because, Johnny, we've talked to enough reporters and enough insiders over the last couple of months, ever since the Eagles got eliminated from the playoffs, that they might not be that busy during the free agency period. It's more so about locking guys back up. We'll get into Jordan Davis here coming up in a little bit. But going into legal tampering day for the Eagles, a couple of years ago, you bring up Saquon. We were expecting something to happen.
But not that.
Yeah, maybe not Saquon Barkley,
Nobody in the national or local media had them to get Saquon Barkley.
No, we were thinking, all right, they're going to get a running back because DeAndre Swift was hitting the open market. So we knew that the Eagles were going to get a running back. Just how high were they going to go? Were they just going to go the typical Howie Roseman route, which
everybody was thinking draft pick,
free
was the
agent draft pick,
right? Exactly.
Or the trading for the guy that was on the final year of his rookie deal, because that's what Eagles do all the time. It's what they did with DeAndre Swift. It's what they did with Jordan Howard. And then all of a sudden, boom, they land Saquon. This season, going into this legal tampering, I feel like it's going to be relatively quiet. So I'm not going into this legal tampering on the edge of my seat other than just the love of football, because I can't wait to see what other teams do. It's more so focusing on locking guys up.
I think it's more about who's exiting and who's staying. To me, I'm more waiting to see in the next 48 hours, is there anybody exiting and who is potentially being locked down and staying? And I know from our discussions that you and I have different ideas on who needs to stay, who might potentially be going. So I think that some of those discussions are going to be what sort of dominates Howie Roseman's thought process over probably the next 48 hours before everything goes down on Wednesday. But I'm not expecting any big splashes, but I'm certainly expecting that Howie has something up his sleeve. There's some move at some position group that we're not going to see coming. And for some reason, the one that is sticking with me, and I honestly, my iPad was away last week. I took a 7-day social media sabbatical, and I loved every minute of it. For some reason, I've been thinking that there's a veteran corner coming in here in a trade or something.
Well, because they need one, right?
Yeah, but that's somebody that we're going to go, wow, I love that. So that sort of has been in my mind, that a veteran corner that we know is going to be, there's going to be the addition that we don't see coming, but it's not going to be top shelf.
Right. But it's got to be something. I mean, right before you left, we sort of touched on it, cornerback. And then last week, I was like, right before John left for vacation, I realized we brought up cornerback, the number one talking point last year.
Absolutely.
Right? We talked about CB2 ad nauseum. Hell, the Eagles talked about CB2 ad nauseum, which is why they traded for Jacorian Bennett, traded for Jair Alexander, traded for Michael Carter II. Like, they made not significant moves, but multiple moves to try to shore up that second quarterback spot. And then it ended up being a Dory Jackson, but he's a free agent. So do they bring him back for a very cheap deal? Or to your point, is there another move waiting in the wings for the Eagles? So sort of what's your mindset? What's your feeling going into legal tampering day, 12 o'clock today, so under 6 hours from now? You can climb in 610-632-0975. Do you have worry about where the Eagles are at? Are you confident that the Eagles are going to do certain things? Are you unsure? Or do you think the plan is what we've just discussed? Maybe focus on the players in-house or the players that could potentially leaving from the house and making sure that they come back in. But we'll start with Jordan Davis before we even go to some of those players, Johnny. Jordan Davis got his 3-year extension.
Highest paid nose tackle in the NFL in history.
For now, and that'll change probably.
Next year.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think it's going to change this year.
Right.
But it's going to change, sometime down the line. But he reset the market, and I'm okay with it. I'm happy for him.
I am happy for him.
The last 2 years, I think he has most certainly lived up to everything they expected him to be. And everything that I expected him to be, because I knew he wasn't going to be a sack guy coming out of Georgia.
Right.
And anybody who expected him to be this guy that was going to be sacking the quarterback hadn't watched his college career. But what he is, he's exceptional at it.
Absolutely.
And he is a huge part of what they do in their run defense, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
To your point, the last 2 seasons, right? Like, everybody that had questions of Jordan Davis before the 2024 season, they were right to have those questions, right? We all remember in 2022, they go out and get Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph because he wasn't necessarily doing what they wanted him to do, and then he gets hurt. And then 2023, there was a lot of talk about his conditioning, and then he found the Peloton, man. He fell in love with the Peloton, and you saw this guy just get shredded. And last year, not only was he still significant in the run-stopping game, last year he did start doing a lot more things in the pass game, especially week 1, right? When Jaylen Carter, who we will mention, goes out there and spits on Dak Prescott and gets kicked out of the game before they play one defensive snap. Jordan Davis all of a sudden picked up a role. He matured in week 1 last year against the Dallas Cowboys, where he all of a sudden was the elder statesman in the room, which he was. He was the longest tenured Eagle, him and Reed Blankenship. He stepped up to a different level in that game, and that kind of set the ball rolling for Jordan Davis the rest of the season last year.
He was I told you about the before the Rams game, and it was the third game of the year. Fox pregame did a big feature where they were talking to all the Eagles players, and they did and Reed Blankenship and they talked to Cooper DeJean, and they talked to Jaylen Carter, and all 3 guys said the leader of their defense was Jordan Davis.
Yeah,
every one of them on the piece said JD leads the defense. And my jaw dropped because, honestly, I'm not around the locker room to be able to see that on a daily basis, to see kind of stuff like that. I was impressed. My eyes were opened up. And to just see what he did this past year, to see how he's spoken of by Vic Fangio, by Clint Hurt, and others, I'm really happy for him. And it's a great tone setter.
Yep, 3 years, $78 million extension, $65 million guaranteed. I'm looking at the tweet from Shefty when he posted it 2 days ago, and a lot of the responses are, as you can imagine, people that aren't Eagles fans, and they're like, why would you pay this guy this much money when he only does this, when he only does that? What he does do, to your point, Johnny, is exceptional in terms of the run game, and leadership is always sort of a part of it, and you're setting the market. And if you're Jaylen Carter, you're going, man, that's what Jordan Davis is going to get paid? Man, what am I going to get paid? Is it with the Eagles? What a weird random weekend where Jaylen Carter's name starts popping up in trade talks, forget the whatever that Twitter account was that disappeared, right? He's been right before. I don't give a damn about that stuff. He's been right before. He predicted the Micah Parsons trade. Yeah, because the Dallas Cowboys didn't want to trade Micah Parsons, so he
predicted the Micah Parsons trade.
He puts out a tweet,
as did 40 other people.
Yeah, so enough with the random Twitter account guys.
Exactly.
But in an article from Jeremy Fowler over the weekend, he did mention that people were calling the Eagles about Jaylen Carter. Now,
you can understand why they would. First of all, that gets tongues wagging. But why would they call about Jaylen Carter? Because they're looking at the Eagles' math on the defensive side of the ball.
Exactly.
They saw the amount of money, and then they're saying, "Wait a minute, they got to sign. They're going to in a few years. They're going to have to sign Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and they're going to want to sign both of those young players. They can't right now. They're only 2 years in. They can sign Cooper next offseason. They can sign Quinyon in 2 more off seasons. But they have to start thinking about that kind of money.
Yeah.
So they have to start thinking about having that there. So that's probably why they were getting calls. But if you're doing the math, if they got to make decisions on, they know if they're making a push for Jaylen Phillips, how are they going to afford all these guys?
It's really interesting, man, because you're right. If they pay Jaylen Phillips the $20 million range that's being discussed, and oh, by the way, there's already a ton of money tied up to the offensive side of the ball. Right. Like, there's only so much money that can go around. We know that Howie Roseman's good with working the cap out. You know, you can do upfront money. You can do money on the back end of the contract. You know, that's what they tried doing with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson a few years ago. He did not like it because he wanted money in the early parts of the contract because, again, the NFL, you never know what your health status is like. And if it's not guaranteed, you'd rather get the money when you're feeling at your best. So Howie's going to try to figure out a way to make it all work. But there is a reason why teams are making phone calls. Also, look, I've heard it through the grapevine that he's a lot. Right? I mean, he's spitting.
No, he is a lot.
He was spitting
a lot
on people, right? So, like, that's not hearing it through the grapevine. Well, you saw it.
He's been suspended twice by the Eagles.
Yeah.
During his playing career, he's been suspended twice from games. Well, not the whole game.
Yeah, the first quarter.
But he's been suspended because of being negligent in his duties.
Right.
As far as his dedication to being on time, things like that. Just checking around, as soon as I started reading all that stuff, then just doing the text thing. There is not the Eagles do not, no one around the Eagles that I speak to says that they believe that they have any kind of problem with Jaylen Carter. But they have to make a decision on whether they want to make Jaylen Carter the highest paid defensive player in football.
I can't let him go.
I don't want to let him go.
That dude's a beast.
Well, wait a minute. Whoa.
That dude's a beast.
Okay, I'm not going to spoil the conversation because it comes at, if they're going to make him the highest defensive paid player in football, your bromance may have to end, dude.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm taking Jaylen Carter over Jaylen Phillips. If you're making me pick the Jaylens, it's Jaylen Carter. That's not even a question for me.
Well, then I am the happiest camper in the world.
Yeah.
I am the happiest camper in the world to hear you say that. Because, Connor, I'm looking across my partner here, and I look at your eyes there when he said that answer. I did not expect him to have that answer so defiantly. Did you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Jaylen Phillips is not considered one of the best edge rushers in the NFL.
Okay.
Jaylen Carter is considered one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL.
I'm going to tell you right now, looking at the math, and don't tell me, well, Howie can do whatever he wants to do. He can do anything.
He can.
No, he can't. He cannot. If they sign Jaylen Phillips and they give him like $20-some million a year, and then you want to get Jaylen Carter who is going to be the highest paid defensive player in football. He's going to eclipse the kind of money that you just saw Micah Parsons get. He's going to eclipse that money. Then you're not getting Cooper and Quinyon down the line. Not without a budget blinds offense. You are going to be going thin, dude.
Yeah, a lot can change on that, though, because if you assume you're going to pay Jaylen Carter that much, normally Howie Roseman's a beat-the-market type of guy. What if they're like, hey, we'll wait next year, and then we'll pick up the fifth-year option, and then we'll do it later because we're already paying this guy a boatload, and the team looks very different cap-wise over the next 2 seasons.
The only thing is the fifth-year option just screws you, though. I mean, it's like the move for Jaylen Carter. If you're gonna get Jaylen Carter, and you want him long term here, the move is to sign Jaylen Carter now.
Right, which they might.
No.
He's up for it.
I'm
yeah.
all in, and I don't want to see Jaylen Carter go anywhere. But I can understand where teams are. Teams are looking at it, and they're looking at how he's playing Russian roulette right now. Because if they're saying that Howie's camp, or at least publicly, that they're playing footsie at paying Jaylen Phillips $20 million a year, which I, by the way, would never do. Never.
I would.
Never with a capital N would I ever do that. Never with an N. I am not doing that. They're saying, wait a minute here. The math doesn't add up. He's not going to be able to do then Jaylen Carter. The Eagles would be in defensive salary cap hell. And so because the defensive side of the ball would be so overloaded. By the way, it would be overloaded. I'm trying to do the math last night. It would be overloaded like 15 to 20% more than remember when the offense and the defense was cheap and the offense was expensive? We're talking like 15% more the defense would be being paid than right now you were paying the offense when the defense was cheap.
Well,
you would have a bar. And by the way, you still have to pay Jalen Hurts after this year.
Yes.
This is a very difficult decision they make, and teams know it.
Oh,
that's why they're circling Jaylen Carter.
Yeah, and that's, of course, why they're also circling A.J. Brown, who may not want to be here. And
exactly.
we will give you the obligatory...
Oh, no, don't be in the... Yeah, you're one of those media people making stuff up.
We will give you the obligatory A.J. Brown update coming up in a little bit in this show. But what is your emotion? What is your vibe? What is your feeling going into this week? It starts today, 12 o'clock, legal tampering. Everything can be finalized Wednesday. Somehow the contracts, they just get turned around so quickly in a matter of days. It's as if nobody has been talking to anybody this entire time. By the way, there is a little update in how teams can communicate with players. I don't know if you saw this yesterday. Our buddy Rob Motti is going to be joining us coming up at 9:05. He can speak more to it. But they are allowing teams to now speak with players, a certain amount of players, five players for up to an hour.
A Zoom meeting, right?
Or something
like
right.
that?
Whereas in previous years, the legal tampering was I can call the player's agent, talk to the agent then talks to said player. There was no chance that the player was sitting in the same room with the agent. None of that happened. There was Scott Boras was not in the same room as this guy, right? Or Rosenhaus, whoever's football. Like they're not communicating. It's just third-party system. But nowadays you can actually communicate with the player face-to-face or Zoom to Zoom.
Zoom to Zoom. Come on and Zoom.
So,
did you guys watch that or not?
No.
You're too young for that.
I don't even know what
that is. So you guys
is.
are too young for that. I apologize, but everybody who is probably 35, 38 and older knows what that is. Very good. It's a PBS show.
Oh, okay.
A PBS show from our youth.
That's good. Connor, what is your emotion going into this week? You were with me for a couple of days last week. Then you two went on vacation. But I feel like it's just kind of going to be who's coming back and who's leaving. I don't think the Eagles are going out there and making any. I would be surprised. The way we were surprised by Saquon Barkley, I may be surprised by like a player just of relevancy this season.
Let me ask you something. What's your emotion when you think about Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan calling an offense? What's your emotion when you think about watching Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen play quarterback?
Sometimes jealous.
Because that is what you have in Howie Roseman, and this is his time of year. If the Eagles have anything, they have a GM that constantly is ahead of the curve in the league, always ready to do something exciting, even if it's something we don't expect, never not aggressive. Every time we ask anybody we talk to nationally about Howie Roseman, how he's viewed around the league, it's, well, the Eagles are going to be involved because Howie's always involved. So while you might not feel that way about how the team played last year, I still feel that way about the GM, and this is his time to shine.
It is his time. I've heard Howie's season mentioned, all over the place over the weekend, and we'll see what Howie Roseman does. I just don't know what's up his sleeve. Like, normally you have an idea, all right, this is the position they're going to focus on. So much, I know people don't want to hear it, is holding on to what happens with A.J. Brown. And we'll play you some audio in the next segment from Mike Garafolo, who was talking about the creative way the Eagles may try to go about trading A.J. Brown. It's genius what Howie Roseman is attempting to do. But if I'm any team in the NFL, I'm saying, screw you, dude. I'm not helping you out. Like, I just want the player on my team. I don't want to help you out in terms of when we acquire said player. So you'll hear that coming up next. The latest on A.J. Brown. I know you guys are all tired of it. It's not ending anytime soon, it seems like, even though Ian Rappaport the other day thought it was going to be done soon.
Ian Rappaport has flopped around on this story 50 times.
It could be
Let's
done.
be honest.
It
And
could
so
be
have
done
some
today.
others. So have some others.
Sure.
The flip-flopping on this story,
It's whatever they're getting texted, Johnny.
it's been wild. And you know what? They're all being played like puppets.
It could get done today. It could get done next week. It could get done post-June 1st. It could get done after he retires as a Philadelphia Eagle. The latest on A.J. Brown. We'll tell you about it coming up next. John Kincade, Connor Thomas, both back. How are you feeling going into legal tampering day?
Very relaxed.
And the opening,
okay.
And the opening of the new league year, 610-632-0975. You have any idea what the Eagles might do? It's Kincade Salciunas. You're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
CMOH is the consultants in medical oncology and hematology, and Dr. John Sprandio Jr. was the quarterback of My Cancer Care. And I know that if a cancer diagnosis comes into your life, your family, your spouse, your children, you need quick communication. You need an individualized plan. And I know that the team at CMOH can give you all of that with compassion, with a personalized nature that's going to lead you through the process. They've got 3 locations all over the area, with their mainline cancer center in Newtown Square now offering you free parking, easy access, no elevators or garages to deal with. That doesn't sound like a big deal, but if you are a cancer patient, you understand that being able to get in and get out with ease is very, very simple. If you've had abnormal test results or unexplained symptoms, you just haven't been feeling right, don't put off getting to the doctor, getting clarity, and if you've got that cancer diagnosis, getting to the consultants in medical oncology and hematology. It's CMOH.org. Take that first step towards peace of mind. I promise you, these people led me back to my life. I love them. CMOH.org.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Legal tampering begins. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL legal tampering period begins today at noon as we are just 2 days away from the full opening of NFL free agency. The Eagles were already busy over the weekend, though, signing Jordan Davis to a 3-year, $78 million extension. Big payday for him, and we'll keep you updated on what they do next with some high-profile free agents both leaving the team and maybe some folks out there who are joining the team. And of course, trades always on the table when Howie Roseman is your GM. The Sixers lost to the Hawks over the weekend. They also lost Tyrese Maxey to injury in the game. He has a sprained finger and will undergo further testing, but will miss at least the next 2 games, according to a report from Shams. They'll play the Cavs in Cleveland tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. Flyers host the Rangers tonight, also at 7 after beating the Pens in a shootout on Saturday. You can hear that game over on WMMR. The Phillies take on the Red Sox at 1:05 as they continue their spring training action. And Team USA Baseball started off the World Baseball Classic group play 2-0 with wins over Brazil and Great Britain over the weekend. They will take on Mexico tonight at 8 p.m. We'll talk to Rob Motti coming up at 9:05 for his latest hearings on NFL free agency legal tampering period starting. This update is brought to you by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Get your car ready for your spring adventures this month at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service location. Buy 3 select tires and get 1 free. Offer ends March 31st. See store for details. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
college guy to produce. Charity comes in many forms. Kincade Salciunas is back from the break. I wonder what they're going to get into.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
It is 6:30 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic, Johnny, Connor, both back from their vacations, and it is a good time to be back. Legal tampering begins today at 12 o'clock. We've obviously reacted a little bit to what took place over the weekend. Jordan Davis got the extension, making him the highest paid nose tackle in NFL history. For now, that'll change in probably 5 minutes for all we know. But Jordan Davis is here to stay. Then there was some random reporting that popped up about the Eagles receiving calls about Jaylen Carter. Not that they've been making calls, but that they have been receiving calls about Jaylen Carter.
Huge difference. Huge difference.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Receiving and making are huge difference.
Now, all of a sudden, we have to start, paying attention to that, though, to see how things continue to progress because they could pay him. He's up for his extension. The Eagles could give Jaylen Carter whatever contract extension that he wants this offseason. We'll see if they do that or not. By the way, legal tampering, right? Monday at 12 o'clock. Just saw an article from Florio that was posted late last night, 10:36 last night. Widespread belief that wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson will sign with the Titans. Robinson was a wide receiver with the New York Giants, had a breakout season last year. And, of course, Brian Dable, his old head coach, is now with the Tennessee Titans. How is there widespread belief that a player will be signing with a specific team, not one of 5 teams, not he will make a decision among these teams? There's belief that he's going to the Titans. You mean to tell me he wasn't tampered with by any stretch?
No, he just loves Tennessee.
He's a big Titans fan.
Well,
Nashville's nice.
No tax. No tax states are very attractive in pro sports now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And Tennessee's some beautiful country.
Yeah,
it is nice.
Wan'Dale Robinson is.
There you go.
He's from Kentucky.
Close.
Well, then that's perfect. That's close to where you grew up. That's great.
There you go. Widespread.
There you go.
Widespread. All right. A.J. Brown, the saga that will never end. Yesterday, Mike Garafolo on the Insider show that they do on the NFL Network. Here was Garafolo, the latest on what he has been hearing about A.J. Brown.
Howie Roseman, and this shouldn't really come as a surprise, was trying to be creative about these negotiations with teams and saying, well, could we do sort of a split deal? Like do half the deal now and then what Ian was talking about, finish the rest of the deal after June 1st. This way, it's not as bad against the team's salary cap. Immediately, they can spread A.J. Brown's hit moving into the future. Teams were saying, no, you do trades all at one time. That's how it works. But Roseman's trying to be creative because this is a tough situation for him. He can trade him after June 1st to help with the salary cap implications, but he's got to carry that number for now. And then other teams are going to move on and say, well, we're not getting A.J. Brown. We're doing other things. So that market could dry up even further. It's a very complicated one. Roseman's trying to find a solution. We'll see if he can before the start of the league year. If not, this will be something around the draft and maybe even in the future we'll talk about.
Okay, I'm confused. Maybe it happened when I was in St. Lucia. So this will now be the third time that Mike's reporting on this has flip-flopped. Because I went back and saw twice where he reported that he's not being traded, dude. He's not being traded. As recently as the combine.
Well,
A.J. Brown's not being traded. So what happened?
You went on vacation.
So he keeps getting the reporting on this story has been, look, I know what you're hearing. He's not getting traded.
Yeah, well,
he's getting traded. No, he's not getting traded.
Last week, he had heard that. Numerous other people have heard that.
Here's what I said to you before. I said to you from the very beginning, people that I'd spoken to told me that the Eagles were going to trade A.J. Brown. And I said it to Connor with 100%. I thought they're trading A.J. Brown. And nobody that I've spoken to wavered at all, like saying that that's what they thought was going to happen or they believed that's what the Eagles wanted to happen. And it seems like everybody else is being, I don't know if they're being toyed like Pinocchio, like with strings by Geppetto or what on this story.
Or it's what the Eagles want and they might not get.
Or well, the thing is,
that could be it. Like, look, again, the 1 in 3, or last week, Albert Breer, I think it was while you were out, Albert Breer came out with a story that his sort of post-combine reporting, everything that he's been hearing, the Eagles were looking for a first-round pick and another pick within the top 100. Then Mike Garafolo came out later in the week and said that the Quinnen Williams package that the Dallas Cowboys traded to get Williams from the New York Jets is what the Eagles were looking for, which was a first-round pick and a second-round pick. The second-round pick for this year's draft, the first-round pick for the 2027 NFL draft. And that's what he was saying that the Eagles are potentially looking for. And they could look for that, and a team may not give that up. And if that's the case, then A.J. Brown's a Philadelphia Eagle.
Okay, well, the difference is, though, the Eagles did not, at the Combine, ever change their position and say, we are not trading A.J. Brown. That's bottom line. They have been talking about trading A.J. Brown this entire time. They never once closed up shop, but I have reports, and I watched reports. I watched them on the plane. I watched them on where people were like, the Eagles are not trading A.J. Brown. I don't know where these reports are coming from. They're not trading A.J. Brown. And now I'm seeing all this. Some of these same people are now the same people peddling stories going, here's what the Eagles are trying to get from A.J. Brown, or here's the new asking price for A.J. Brown. Dude, pick a spot and stay on.
Well, maybe originally Howie Roseman was saying, no, we're not going to trade him. And then all of a sudden the money goes up, the price tag goes up in terms of draft picks.
They are being manipulated just as Howie's manipulating other people. Be wise enough to realize this. The Eagles have been talking about trading A.J. Brown for months.
Well, yeah.
And they never backed off of it. It's a matter of whether they're going to get their price or whether they want to do it. I don't believe there's any way he's coming back. I really don't. I don't know how it would work.
The thing is,
I don't know how it would work.
It's just a matter of timing now at this point. So what was interesting in that clip from Mike Garafolo was the trying to do one half of a trade at one point and another half at the other point, something that I've never even thought was possible. But the reason why he's saying that is if the Eagles were somehow able to do part one of the trade pre-June 1st and pre-NFL draft, you get the draft picks for this draft, which, again, the Eagles really need to hit on multiple pieces in this draft, not just for the 2026 season, but for the years to come, especially that right tackle position, that tight end position to replace Lane Johnson, to replace Dallas Goedert. But he wants A.J. Brown technically moved post-June 1st, which is genius because then you're spreading out the dead cap hit instead of taking the $40 million dead cap hit up front. I don't think teams are going to say, you know what, Howie? You got yourself a deal. We're going to do something like that. We're going to help you out by making this trade where it's a part one, part two. I don't think any of that's happening.
Well, Howie also would then have to just make it good with them. So he's making it good like I would tell you right now is there's got to be – it's obvious that there was number one picks on the table, but maybe that the other, what he was asking for more, was not. And after watching that Buffalo trade, there better be a number one pick on the table.
Yeah, the second round pick for DJ Moore. A.J. Brown better be DJ Moore.
If DJ Moore is getting that for Buffalo, that tells me, though, the problem is that Buffalo walked away. Buffalo wasn't going with their number one pick, so they weren't doing it. You saw Buffalo, they inquired about A.J. Brown from multiple reports. They inquired. And
here's probably why. Look at what we can do with Josh Allen with the wide receivers we had last year. DJ Moore is now the best wide receiver on the Bills roster. Like, he walks in and he is the best wide receiver on the Bills roster. And they went toe-to-toe with the team that went to the AFC Championship game. And let's face it, the team that probably would have been in the Super Bowl if Bo Nix was not hurt.
Oh, yes.
So if you're the Buffalo Bills, you go, why should we trade our first-round pick when we can probably get to the goals we have with a DJ Moore-type player because he walks in and he's better than Khalil Shakir and everybody else on this roster.
And we have a quarterback who could take a good receiver and make him look great.
Absolutely.
So that's part of it.
By the way, in Jeremy Fowler's article that we referenced earlier this morning because it's where the Jaylen Carter stuff started, which was interesting. A.J. Brown is not the only potential receiver available. Jeremy Fowler has been hearing some other names. Now, again, A.J. Brown better than DJ Moore. I don't think there's any debate there. A.J. Brown is a better wide receiver than DJ Moore. Not saying that DJ Moore stinks. I actually like him a lot, but he's not A.J. Brown.
Oh, he's not even close.
Other players that could be available via trade, according to Jeremy Fowler. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. At one point, I think the Solak had Bateman in a package to Philly where A.J. Brown went to Baltimore. The Quentin Johnson of the Los Angeles Chargers Case of the dropsies 2 years ago, shored that up last year, had a really good season for the Chargers. Dontavian Wicks, who's just one of those guys on the Green Bay Packers. They also mentioned Jaden Reed, who I still think is the best receiver on that team. But like,
So do I.
It's just Green Bay has a bunch of guys, like at this point, playing wide receiver. They're talented, don't get me wrong, but
Right.
they don't have a surefire number one receiver. And as we heard last week, A.J. Brown's not going to go to an NFC team if he is
not
indeed
going to.
traded.
They're
No.
not trading him to.
No,
an
you're going to trade him to an AFC team.
Right.
So even
but
though I
I'll
mentioned,
tell you this, I'd crawl over glass before I'd let him be a Patriot. Kiss my ass. Honestly.
it's not. Well, what if it's let him versus you get the best return?
Well, no. If it's a great return,
Yeah.
fine. But if it's comparable returns, I am not letting him be a Patriot because I'm not setting that precedent within my organization. That somebody in my organization can pull the antics that he's pulled, and that they can get where they want to go.
or they're the only team that's really interested in him.
Well, there were teams interested. Your price might have been too high. You may have overplayed your hand, which could be the case.
Could be.
Because you had two teams now walk away for less. So now we'll see.
Well, A.J. Brown talk, that's not going away anytime soon. What is your feeling going into legal tampering period in the new league year, which takes place on Wednesday? Do you expect the Eagles to do much, if anything at all, in terms of players that weren't originally Eagles, right? They might re-sign some players, but is there anybody out there in the open market that you're saying, yeah, the Eagles are going to go after that guy? Nobody's talked about any of that. It's all been about what's happening here in this city. 610-632-0975. Now, coming up, there was a big move over the weekend. We can breathe a sigh of relief because we don't have to worry about the team that he's on, but does it take another team out of the conversation? That, and don't forget, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, your chance to win a spot and knockout. I'll tell you how you can win today in a little bit. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. Oh, it's March. FanDuel customers, you can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. That's insane. $300 back, bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token. And if it does not win, you will get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. That's 10 chances to play all tournament long, from game props and money lines to spreads, totals, futures, who you think will win the entire tournament, and so much more. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to fill out your bracket, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, makes it even easier to stay in the action day after day. And we know how crazy day one and day two are. You're probably looking at the TV, you're looking at your app. You're looking at the TV, you're looking at your app. They make it easy for you. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel, it's time to dance. You got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Must apply, select token each day. Bonus bets are not withdrawable and expire 7 days at the receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kincade Salciunas before I change my mind.
It is 6:47 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thank you, Ricky Vitalico, for those very kind words. John Kincade back from vacation, as is Connor Thomas. So there's a whole crew. The band is back together as today is legal tampering day.
Uh-oh.
Monday, 12 o'clock. New league year starts on Wednesday. Saw just an incredible tweet over the weekend because we're in silly season now, right? Like Mike Florio puts out a report that there's widespread belief that Wan'Dale Robinson is going to be signing with the Tennessee Titans, and you wonder, how's their widespread?
How's that happening?
How's
Yes.
that happening? Because they're not allowed to tamper legally up until noon today. Tom Pelissaro put out a tweet. I love this stuff. You talk about Pinocchio. Right?
Okay.
And I like what Tom does, right? But a lot of these reporters do favors. They do.
You mean for general managers?
I help you out here, or sometimes agents. I help you out here, and
Absolutely they
and
do.
I'll get you give me something in terms of newsworthy.
Okay.
Tom Pelissaro puts out this tweet on Friday or Saturday. As the edge market evolves, one free agent to watch is Samson Ebukam.
What?
After missing 2024 with a torn Achilles, Ebukam had limited pass rush opportunities in a new scheme last season.
But really?
But he has 35 career sacks, including 9.5 in 2023, and is fully healthy as he hits the market. That's a very you mind putting this out about my client who
That's
had
a very specific
9.5 sacks in 2023, did not play the entire 2024 season. And the reason why his production wasn't there last year is because of the new system.
That was editorializing in a tweet about a player.
We've reached that time of the year,
That's
man.
right. Well, in other words, why don't you just have the general manager or the agent write your tweets for you?
Well, sometimes they do a lot of the times the
I mean,
reporters
seriously,
are now just putting out
just now,
per whatever agency.
Why don't you just have them write the tweet for you? How do you want it spelled? Is everything spelled right? Let me send you something for spell check. It's unbelievable.
There you go.
I mean, Mike, why don't you just put #ad?
By the way, that screams Eagle. Cheap edge rusher who
It does.
used to have success. That's the Josh Uche timeline right there,
Well, no,
man.
that's
next to Zizo Jalari.
Yeah.
That is, well, that didn't work
You
out.
never know.
And I was high on that move.
All right. There was a big move over the weekend, and that big move was a player that we discussed a little bit, not that much, even though people were saying the Eagles were interested. While you were out, Johnny, every reporter that I had on about, that we were just talking about the Eagles, I would bring up Max Crosby, and I would say, can you tell me with sincerity, is this a Eagles are actually interested, or are you going to drop me it's Howie, and Howie's going to make the phone call line.
Well, that's what you were getting, right?
Yeah, that
Okay,
Howie
good.
was going to make the phone call. And I'm sure that they were interested. I mean, Max Crosby's a very talented
Why
player.
wouldn't you be interested, right?
But he is not going to the Philadelphia Eagles. He is going to the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens trade 2 first-round picks in order to acquire Max Crosby. Baltimore last year, I know a lot of talk is always going to be about Lamar Jackson and the offense, but that defense just, once Kyle Hamilton got hurt, they
once
just
Kyle
fell
went out,
apart.
it was done, yeah.
They had no pass rush on that team, so they go, all right, let's go get a stud. You know that this guy is going to be a stud. So they traded both their first-round picks, in one in 2026, one in 2027. So sigh of relief because the Dallas Cowboys were very, very in, according to numerous reporters, on Max Crosby.
And here's what shocks me. So you already had a guy. You had, in fact, I believe a better guy.
Yeah.
And you let him go to Green Bay because you couldn't get a deal done with him, and you're the Dallas Cowboys. And now you're going to go overpay in draft picks and everything for Max Crosby to go fix a problem that you created yourself? That's such a Dallas stupidity move.
And by the way, one of the picks that they got for Parsons, they used to get Quinnen Williams. So it's not like they still had that.
I forgot about
it's not
that.
like they still had that in the bank.
By the way, I love the Quinnen Williams move.
No, it was a
I
great
do like
move
that
for
move.
him.
But to me, I can't believe that was even being talked about.
Well, how many times did we make the joke last year? Man, the Cowboys are like a Micah Parsons away from being legit contenders.
I honestly think it became a spite thing
I think it did too.
with Jerry Jones. Like, I'm just not going to, out of spite, I'm not going to do this.
And it totally didn't work out for the Cowboys. It worked out for the
No.
Packers, and obviously he tears his Achilles, so you can't really have that planned out. It worked out more so for Green Bay. But sigh of relief, Max Crosby not going to the Dallas Cowboys. Sigh of relief, he's not going to the Chicago Bears, who bested you in standings last year.
Were they in the?
They were another team that was mentioned a lot. Yep.
Because I I really stayed away from all of it last week, which was a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But when you're catching up and trying to go back and then scroll through and catch up, it's like you read it and you go, you don't know what was silly season, as you say, and what was real.
Right. The Bears, Cowboys, and again,
The Bears seemed like it was real, though, but the Bears were dumping salary, too. I'm reading that. And they were dumping
salary.
So I was wondering.
Well,
that's what I was wondering. And but the Bears look to me like they got worse.
Well,
the Bears look to me like they've gotten worse, which is just a little shocking.
They also
to me
lost one of their centers who decided to up and retire at the age of 27.
And the Lions lost another guy off their offensive line.
Yeah, the Lions window may be closed, and that's a team that we may have to stop talking about a little bit, which will be
because of the Bears' ascension, because of the Packers being set up as a young team.
They missed out on their opportunity, man. But Max Crosby, not only is it a sigh of relief, but you do have to think, does that take them out of the A.J. Brown sweepstakes? Because I can't imagine that they're going to trade a third first-round pick, right? They traded the 2026 first-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick to acquire Max Crosby. The Ravens have been one of those teams that have been mentioned a lot in this A.J. Brown discussion.
They're not doing anything.
I would imagine
the Ravens are out. Yeah, the Ravens are out of that.
So now you're down to New England. You're down to the Chargers, which was a team that popped up a little bit more this past week, and the Denver Broncos. But
I don't think Denver's trading.
I don't see Denver.
I don't think Sean Payton is going to do that deal.
They have such a young team, and they're hitting now. Maybe that's why they have such a young team. Let's get a proven veteran player.
But do you want a young? Okay, if you're a young team, do you want A.J. Brown, a guy who was unhappy 2 days after he won a Super Bowl?
He's probably happier with Sean Payton's style of offense. He's probably happier with Bo Nix, who can throw the football a little bit
I'll tell you
all
this,
over
Sean
the field.
Payton isn't putting up with this crap.
I mean, look what he did with Russell Wilson.
Yeah, but Sean Payton isn't putting up with this crap. So, I mean, the little drama boy routine isn't going to work. So that doesn't work. It's like, so I don't know. I believe, now I'm not saying Howie overplayed his hand, but Howie could have overplayed his hand here.
We'll see.
As far as that he was asking too much, because multiple teams have moved on and said, well, we'll find cheaper options and we'll move on.
If he doesn't get a first-round pick, A.J. Brown, see you at Lincoln Financial Field in 2026.
But we already saw that didn't work last year.
Oh.
His attitude didn't work. His work ethic on the field didn't work. Didn't work.
Maybe it works this time around. What do we got on the text line, Connor, at 610-632-0975? What's our mindset, our vibe, our feel going into legal tampering day? I'm not really expecting much. I'm just kind of waiting for the A.J. Brown stuff to happen. What do we got?
Larry and Delco checks in, says with the A.J. Brown situation, it's a win-win situation for the Eagles. Howie has all the cards. A.J. Brown's a top 5 wide receiver in the league. He stays here. We have that on offense. If you trade him, you should get a haul.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it. I don't want him traded, but if he does get traded, I'm expecting if the Eagles are going to play this game,
he's a top 5 wide receiver in the league?
Maybe not top 5 anymore, but
he's not a top 5 wide receiver in the league. So right there I'm going, what are people talking about?
Still a talented wide receiver.
No, his point was he's a top 5 wide receiver in the league. The point doesn't stand.
He's still worthy of a first-round pick.
Give him top 10.
He's worthy of a first-round pick, yes, but Howie was asking for more, and other teams said, no, we're moving on.
2 in the top 100.
And Howie move on.
It does not have to be both in the same draft. All right, coming up next, Johnny was on vacation. Connor was out. I got on the record Friday of the 4 main Eagles hitting free agency. We'll be 5 hours away from the start of legal tampering when we return. Connor and John will both get on the record. Also, more fun for your chance to win a spot in Knockout. We'll tell you how you can win today. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A big day in the NFL. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL legal tampering period begins today at noon as we're just 2 days away from the official full opening of free agency. The Eagles were already busy over the weekend, though, signing Jordan Davis to a 3-year, $78 million extension, locking him up long-term. We're going to keep you updated on what they do next with some high-profile free agents potentially leaving the building, but also a lot of opportunity to add as well. The Sixers lost to the Hawks over the weekend. They also lost Tyrese Maxey to the injury in the game. He has a sprained finger and will undergo further testing, but will miss at least the next 2 games. They're going to play the Cavs in Cleveland tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. Flyers host the Rangers tonight, also at 7, after beating the Pens in a shootout on Saturday. That game over on WMMR. The Phillies take on the Red Sox, 1:05 p.m. in spring training as that gets going. But, of course, a couple of guys not with the Phillies. They're with Team USA Baseball, or around the World Baseball Classic, and Team USA has started 2-0 in their group pool play with wins over Brazil and Great Britain. They'll take on Mexico tonight at 8 p.m. Rob Motti joins us coming up at 9:05 to talk about the latest he's hearing as legal tampering gets going in the NFL. This update's brought to you by Uber Eats. Philly, you hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has a great deal waiting for you at Coco's Cookies and Creamery. From now till March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on a milkshake all on the Uber Eats app. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Marks, you guessed it with me, John Marks. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Let's get back to more of Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Man, where are we at with A.J. Brown? Our man WP on our YouTube chat has now begun to call him Ask J. Not A.J., Ask J. That's not right.
That's not right. Look, I'm always going to love what he did.
Yeah,
no. I'm always going to love what he did until last year.
Sure.
It's almost like I'm going to look at the first 3 years of A.J. Brown and try to remember those. I hated what he did last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're in the moment right now where it's frustrating because part of you's going, dude, why aren't you happy? And we know why, because he wants his cake and to eat it too. But like, man, we got a good thing going here. They win football games. They've been to 2 Super Bowls. They won a Super Bowl. He has still had 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons. It's not like his production dipped to 700 yards last year. We don't need Tom Pelissaro putting out an agent-driven tweet for him saying, well, if it wasn't for this, he'd be a 1,500-yard receiver,
Correct.
right? Like, I look, we all see it. We all saw how it played out. They want to run the football. Kevin Patullo should not have had a job here as an offensive coordinator. and it went the way that it did.
He wasn't happy that Saquon Barkley was the star of the show.
We know
Bottom line.
We know what led to this point. You hope that maybe there's a change of heart if the Eagles can't make the trade. If the Eagles do make the trade, you hope that they get the best return possible, which is at least that first-round pick. And then what, which has been sort of, I think, the hang-up for a lot of the teams between the Eagles and the teams that are trying to get A.J. Brown, because you even said it. The first-round pick is there. It's the and what else?
It's and what else?
They want the Quinnen Williams trade, which is a first-round pick and a second-round pick. So we're asking you today, Connor, I have another text ready at 610-632-0975. Sort of your mindset and your emotions going into this week. It's the legal tampering period today at noon. Start of the new league year is Wednesday. The last couple of seasons, we were expecting splashes or expecting the Eagles to be really active. This year, I don't know about you guys. This year, I'm expecting extensions, which we already got with Jordan Davis.
Which is great.
Eventually, the trade of A.J. Brown and bringing guys back. I don't really expect the Eagles to, like, Trey Hendrickson popped up, right? I don't expect the Eagles to really be in on Trey Hendrickson at this point.
I wouldn't expect them to be either because of the fact that unless you saw a player move on, you saw something with Jaylen Phillips move on, and they decided that Hendrickson was a better option.
Right. I mean, it's a fluid situation. You could lose a player and say, oh, wait, we now have the money to do this. You trade A.J. Brown. Oh, wait, we have the money to do this.
I believe if they traded A.J. Brown, then it's much more likely that you would see them then be able to say, at that point, Jaylen Phillips and Jaylen Carter are both – that's a much better option at that point, salary cap-wise for your team.
Sure.
That's a much better option.
And that was the reporting, when you were drinking your cocktails in St. Lucia.
Wait till you see the top 5 list I got for you.
I can't wait for it. When you were out there enjoying yourself, Connor was playing – oh, no, Connor, you may have been here for it. But when we were talking about the Philadelphia Eagles and everything that's going on with A.J. Brown, the latest reporting toward the end of the week was, hey, they want to get this deal done so that they can know what they have in their bank going into the offseason, going into the start of the new league year. So what do we got on the text line, Connor? 610-632-0975. Coming up later this segment, you will know how you can win a pair of tickets to the Sixers-Bulls game March 25th and the spot and knockout. And then John and Connor will both get on the record what they want to do with the 4 players that I will mention, and if they don't want them back, what the follow-up plan will be. What do we got?
Ben from Bucks County checks in, says, if I'm Howie Roseman, I want to get extra draft for this year and extra draft for next year. And the way I would do that is trade Jaylen Carter now and then A.J. Brown after June 1st.
Are people, like, really interested in trading Jaylen Carter?
I don't know.
Why would you – first of all, why are you trading Jaylen Carter? Why does anybody want to trade Jaylen Carter?
How many times have we talked about this defense goes as he goes, right?
Jaylen Carter is a spectacular game wrecker.
I get it. Last year wasn't great because of the spitting, and then he had the double shoulder procedure, but, like, he was
But does somebody want to like, I don't understand. Was that really a thing?
All right, we'll throw this out there. All right, Kincade Salciunas not wanting this.
I'm fascinated by it. That somebody's
Are there
saying they want
people
this.
out there that actually would trade Jaylen Carter? 610-632-0975.
We do not want this. Like, I was shocked, by the way, to see it. I was not shocked at all by the reports of, yes, teams are calling about Jaylen Carter. Yep, I bet they are.
Yeah,
bet they are. But I'm not. I'm extremely shocked that we're talking about that people would want it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That's our second texter of the day is trying to trade Jaylen Carter.
Okay.
I'm caught off guard by
All
that.
right, if you're doing right now the two of you, and I don't want to derail this conversation quickly, but if you're doing the defensive players, most valuable defensive players for the Eagles, give me your top 3 in order.
Carter, Mitchell, DeJean.
I'd probably go Q, Carter, and then Zach Bond.
I go Carter, Mitchell, DeJean.
Yeah, I'm an upfront guy.
I'm an upfront guy first because I think it helps the back end.
Yeah.
So I go Carter, Mitchell, DeJean. I get your thought, Connor, though, how, especially in today's league, how that could be a big deal. I just always believe
you went
in the
Bond
front.
over DeJean, huh?
Yeah, I did.
I do
look,
not.
he's a talented player. Look,
I think he does a lot he doesn't get enough credit
very
for.
talented
That could be
player.
too, sure.
All right. Before you guys get on the record, the latest on Jaylen Phillips. This was Ian Rappaport. So in the same show that Mike Garafolo, we played the Garafolo clip where he talked about how he's trying to get creative with this A.J. Brown trade so that maybe he has the picks for this draft, but he wants to somehow move A.J. Brown post June 1st. I don't know how you can make that work. That's something that's not even crossed my psyche. But on the same show, this was Ian Rappaport on the latest with Jaylen Phillips.
Our understanding is there has been made significant progress made between the Eagles and Jaylen Phillips toward him returning to Philly. There's been no decision to my knowledge, and there is nothing final, but certainly there is some optimism that there's going to be a deal that he will remain a member of Vic Fangio's defense. In fact, that's one of the reasons why he's in Philly, because Vic Fangio is a huge fan. Phillips has been through a couple of significant injuries. He is fully healthy. He had an excellent second half of last year and certainly seems poised to cash in, Mike.
So, Johnny, all last week, the Phillips stuff started heating up more and more. It feels like it's, all right, just what's the number? Kind of remember Zach Bond? Nobody thought Zach Bond was leaving, and everybody was telling you that Zach Bond wasn't leaving. It was just sort of, what's the market for Zach Bond? Kind of like the Schwarber.
Right.
Like, if you want me to go even more recent. All right, we're not going to let Kyle Schwarber walk. We'll let him go out there. We'll let him see what he can get years and money-wise, and we're going to match whatever the top one is. And it was Baltimore, right? With Zach Bond, it was, all right, we don't want to let this guy out of our building. He had an exceptional season. We'll see what he can get on the open market. We will make sure that he's still a Philadelphia Eagle. I feel like that's what we are getting at now with Jaylen Phillips. But question is, do you want that? So last week.
But think of the people you just mentioned. Is Jaylen Phillips one of those people? Like,
no.
Are we talking about Jaylen Phillips in the same? Like, did we mention Kyle Schwarber and Jaylen Phillips in the same sentence?
No, but the
money's
money's completely. I mean,
I don't think if we're talking 22 or 23 million a year, I honestly, when I saw that on the I apologized to the person in 4E that was in front of me because I think I spit up when I saw 22 or 23 million a year for Jaylen Phillips.
Going rate, man.
Well, going rate for people. No, going rate for people who have a lot more sacks. Going rate for people who have a lot more sacks.
I'll do the same exercise I did last week.
I'm not doing it.
Do you like George Karlaftis?
No.
Chiefs?
Not necessarily.
Oh, you don't like him?
No, not necessarily.
All right, he's a solid player.
He's a solid. No, he's a solid player. Yeah, he's a solid
he had
player.
6 sacks last year.
Yeah.
Jaylen Phillips total, remember, because he played Miami too. He had total 5.
Karlaftis, how many games has he played in the last 3 years?
Well, that's obviously a bit of a difference.
Well, that's a big difference when you're giving someone 22, 23 million a year. That has to come into your thought process. This guy played 12 games in the 2 years before last year. Played 12 games in 2 years.
I'm sure they're doing their due diligence with the sports science. But anyways, Karlaftis is getting paid the $22 million range. You're not paying him 40 plus, which is what the top guys are getting. The guys that are getting double-digit sacks. When you were gone, Donnell Hunter with the Texans got a 1-year, $40 million contract. That guy's had double-digit sacks 6 of the last 7 seasons. So there's a reason why he's getting 40, whereas Jaylen Phillips is going to get in that $20 to $22 million range. You're paying him for kind of the production that's the going rate in the NFL right now. So, I know what your answer is.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you're saying no to Jaylen Phillips.
No, I'm not. At 22, anything above, how about this, a flat 20? Yeah, I'm saying no.
All right, so we're going to go off of what's being reported. So, both of you getting on the record. And if you say no, I do need to know, all right, then what's next? So, Jaylen Phillips, it's that $20 to $25 million range, which has been talked about by like every single reporter. I'm in. The whole Carter thing, that's a whole different story. But I'm in on that price range because I think that's what you get for that type of player. And there is the upside of Jaylen Phillips if he could stay healthy. You're out.
I'm out.
So what's next? Are you just rolling with Smith and Hunt?
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do as far as what options I've got. I'm not in their draft room. I'm not in the draft room. I'm not in who is available out there for trade. That I'm not in the front office. But there's no way I'm overpaying just to say I'm overpaying. Not doing it because that's an overpayment. On the health issues, first and foremost, on his lack of getting to quarterbacks, that's a major red flag.
All right, have another fun year of Aziz Ojulari and the Uches and
not necessarily. No, I'm going to trust Howie can go out there and find talent, and that they can go out there and they can develop a talent or find a reclamation project and actually get something out of them. I'm going to trust that.
Connor?
Vic.
Yeah, I'm out only because I think they have enough at that position to survive till the trade deadline. So here's what I'm doing. I'm going to sign a veteran guy. I'm going to draft somebody in the top 4 or 5 rounds of this draft to be an edge and hope you can get something out of them, at least as a stopgap. I'm hoping Brandon Graham continues to be ageless. And then at the trade deadline, if you need a guy, you go get a guy. That's how I'm approaching.
So
the
you're
edge rusher.
trading. You're much like Dave Dombrowski. I'm going to trade for a guy, let him walk. Trade for another guy, let him walk. Trade for another guy, let him walk.
Sure.
3rd round pick. That's a big draft pick that you gave up for a guy that you're going to just make a rental.
I know it is, but if you let him walk, you have Nolan Smith, Jalen Hunt, which is draft capital invested at the position. Young players with upside, and I like what they have to be alive on that side of the ball.
Okay. Dallas Goedert. Now, in the Uncovering the Birds podcast with Jeff McClain, he had Albert Breer on as a guest. They were mentioning around $10 million in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Dallas Goedert, $10 million?
Not a question.
I
would get that done so fast.
Yes.
But the only question is it going to be, are we talking about multiple years for Dallas?
Yeah, probably 2 year, $20 million.
I would do 2 years, $20 million and would not
I would do
blink.
$330.
No.
Dude, his agent and he should be checked into the blue medical tent together.
Yeah,
if that deal gets
I am
done.
I am not doing 3.
I'm
not going 3.
With all due respect to McClain and Albert Breer, because look, they're the guys that are boots on the ground reporting. I can't imagine that that's all he gets. Like after the year that he had, and I would imagine we've talked about the tight end market. It's not that great. Now you can draft tight ends and they can play pretty well right away, but only $10 million?
Well,
okay.
Go ahead, Johnny.
No, go on. No, go on.
Unless there's teams out there that are saying he's been hurt a lot, right? He just had a great year. Are we going to overpay for a guy that's never going to do that again?
And what's the market? His market last year was nothing.
Yeah.
Crickets.
And then he had the best year
And
of
then
his
he did.
career.
And he did. But now he's again. I think it's exactly what Connor just said. Are you betting on him to do it again when he's a guy who has been frequently dinged up? I mean, it's a constant ding up. Last year he comes out and he doesn't. I don't know. I don't think he gets more than 2 from anybody.
All right. Well, let's leave it at 2 then.
If he gets 2 years, 20 million to me is a no-brainer with his chemistry with this quarterback, with what he's done with this organization, with his ability to block. Well, how about this? His ability and his desire to block.
Yeah.
His desire to do so. I'm all in.
Yeah. It's not, not even a second thought.
By the way, did you see any of this? I'm sure you talked about it. Any of the Zach Ertz stuff?
I saw that he would be willing to make a return.
Because I do believe that could be real. I absolutely believe that Zach Ertz, in this offense, in the Mannion offense, a 1-year deal with Zach Ertz, you give me 1 year, $5 million?
Sure.
1 year,
Here's my only problem.
But I absolutely believe that there are legs to that.
I could see that.
I don't think that that's just somebody speculating like stupid.
Yeah, he didn't get traded on bad terms. It was let's help you out because we're not going to win. They sent him to a potential play. I think Arizona, right? He went to the Cardinals. They were a playoff team.
Right, exactly.
They didn't trade him out of malice. Like it was hey, let's help you out. We get helped out a little bit here.
I believe in a new offense with what Mannion wants to do. I think they would love another tight. Remember, they love tight ends.
Here's the problem, though.
What? He doesn't block. But that's
exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is,
what was the issue with after Dallas Goedert last year? They didn't have a single guy that could lay a block on anybody. Yeah. I can't imagine they're going to try to go through that again.
I don't know.
Zach Ertz is like a nice little espresso after a big dinner. It's like, I'm never going to say no, but I don't really need it.
But he's not like, there are a lot of other tight ends I would probably.
Well, there's going to be whoa. So you're going to go, you want no name brand? What's your brand you like? That bowl and basket,
baby.
So you're going to tell me you'd rather have a bowl and basket with this offense.
Does that bowl and basket get the job done?
Or do you want,
yeah.
Have you watched Zach Ertz in Washington?
Yeah.
He's been fantastic for them.
Yeah, but again,
he has been fantastic. And the
as
thing
a pass catcher.
Okay.
What their issue was in the tight end room.
But Mannion wants that. Okay. That's what he wants.
You have that if Dallas Goedert comes back. So it's just like you kind of want a guy that can do more.
No, he wants multiple pass catchers out of the tight end position in that offense.
I'll also say they need a tight end in the draft anyway. So
no, I got you. Then you draft one. You give Zach 1 year. You give him. I absolutely would take that because they are going to use. That tight end room is empty. It's devoid of talent.
It is.
I would take that in a second too. Both of those guys, I'd want them in there.
Nobody reported the number for Nakobe Dean, but
what did we say on this show months ago?
That he's as good as gone.
And where would he end up?
Dallas Cowboys.
And where is now all the rumors saying?
Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, it's been.
Listen to this show.
Damn
I'll
right,
tell you, it
man.
scares me.
So
It
Nakobe
scares
Dean.
me. It's going to bother me so much because I don't want to root against Nakobe. Love Nakobe.
I will.
I'll root against him.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'll root against him to the and look, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I did a topic last week about that. Like, how are you going to feel if he goes to the Cowboys? Because remember, Jason Worth got eviscerated in this city. I basically would say, congratulations. I now hope you fail.
Correct. Exactly.
Period.
Nakobe.
I don't have to do the whole. I hope he plays well.
Nakobe,
14
I'm a fan.
games except for 2.
I'm a big fan, Nakobe. Big fan of you personally, but professionally, I hope everything fails. If you become a Dallas Cowboy, I hope everything fails. I hope you have good health, though. Hope he has good health, but I hope everything as far as that fails.
Yeah. That's a dead to
I'm
me,
not rooting for him to
respectfully
get hurt.
type of
Exactly.
situation.
No question.
All right. Lastly, Reed Blankenship get on the record now. Reed Blankenship. The number that they gave was $10 million a year for Reed Blankenship.
No,
I am out.
I'm out.
Connor,
Oh, I feel like I'm in.
you're in.
I feel like I'm in.
Okay, tell me. I know you probably looked at this, and Nerd Boy did not because Nerd Boy was not in on it last week. Tell me $10 million. I'd have to know. Did you know anybody in that neighborhood that is that because I don't believe that's a neighborhood I'm not shopping in. But maybe if I saw other numbers of guys that are $10 million, and I'd go, well, wait a minute, Blankenship could be in that neighborhood. I don't. Just hearing the number makes me want to a little bit.
I'm out. I understand. The leadership council, and he was a captain and all that kind of stuff.
Well, Nakobe Dean is a leader too.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I get it. I'm hard on Reed Blankenship. I know.
I'm teasing. You hate his. No, you do not respect the play on the field.
I'm critical of his role when he's the lead guy back there.
Correct.
When he's supposed to be the coverage safety, and I don't think he's necessarily all that good at it. I don't want to pay above market value for a guy like Reed Blankenship just to keep him.
Here's my issue, right? Here's why I'm going yes. Because since Rodney McLeod and Malcolm Jenkins walked out of this building, it's kind of been a revolving door at safety for the Eagles.
It has been.
And it's a very important position in Vic Fangio's system, and I know Reed Blankenship knows where to be.
I just want to know if $10 million is, and I'll try to pull up some numbers here too, is $10 million above market value? You made
It's
a point.
like where Harrison Bryant is at right now, average value.
He's not as good as Harrison Bryant.
Yeah, I'm not paying him $10 million.
I'm not paying him $10 million.
I'm out.
If that's about where he is, he's not Harrison Bryant.
Sorry, Harrison Smith. I don't know why I'm saying Harrison
Bryant.
Harrison Smith.
I would take Reed Blankenship back for less.
Harrison Bryant.
Who is Harrison Bryant?
I don't know.
He
Harrison
plays
Smith.
baseball.
Is that truth?
I would take Reed
It's Harrison
Blankenship back
Smith.
for less, but I'm not paying $10 million.
I'm not doing that.
All right, so you guys
Let me
are
go.
on the record.
I got to go top paid safeties.
But I would say safety's scary, though, because if he does leave, and this is from a anti-Reed Blankenship guy,
Connor, we're still both on vacation in our brains.
who's back there if he leaves? You got Drew Makuba, who's an unknown, and then what? That's the biggest thing. Look, for me to say I would not pay him, it is hard for me to go, yeah, but at least they can do that. Sidney Brown? No, I'm not doing any of that.
Okay, here we go. This is easy enough to do. Harrison Smith is very, very good there. Okay, so here is you'd be paying him what you're paying Harrison Smith, Justin Reed, Kyle Duggar.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm not paying him $10 million.
No, I'm not doing it.
Sorry.
He is not in the he should not be in that neighborhood. Let's look at the just below that crowd. Jeremy Chin, Kevin Byard. He's not.
Byard had a really good season.
He had a
last year
great
for
thing.
the-
Kevin
for the
Byard,
Bears.
Malik Hooker.
Yeah, no, I'm out.
Now, Malik Hooker's making $7 million.
Yeah, if you get
I
him
don't
for
think he's
7,
that-
I'm in on 7.
I'm in on 8. No, I'd be in on 8.
Not in on 10.
You're telling me Malik Hooker's making that. Brandon Jones of the Broncos is making 6.7.
All right, I have 8. Can I get 8.5? 8.5.
No, if it's
Go
a-
on, it's 8.5.
8.5.
All right, coming up next, we will tell you how you can win a
How
spot.
much on Bryant, though, Connor, would we pay?
He's a tight end. I don't know.
We will tell you how you can win a spot in Knockout. We are going to do cocktail trivia.
Oh!
Because John Kincade and Connor Thomas are both back from vacation, where I'm sure they had a few.
Ooh.
We will tell you how you can win next. We have our Twitter poll that we got to check thanks to our friends at Iron Mountain Men's Health, Dr. Avidan Appel. Twitter poll, always strong, 4 hours a day in the afternoon, 4 hours a day now here
In the morning? How do you get anything done?
And also, Schwar bombs bursting in air. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Oh, it's all about live betting on the BetParks app. It's so much fun on the BetParks app, and you got to love it. And I know it didn't work, by the way, when I was in St. Lucia. You can't use it. You got to use it in the states you're in, like Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. But it's always another way to win. And new casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game Gold Trio Leprechaun's Luck, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. So play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right there on your phone. You can bet Philly pro and college hoops, hockey, MMA, golf, world soccer, and more. The BetParks online casino and sportsbook app is so much fun. There's so many ways. It's easy to deposit. It's easy to get your money when you win. You got to be 21, and as I said, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Place those wagers before you leave on vacation. Just a little heads up. New users only. Terms and conditions apply. See the site for details. That casino bonus has got to be wagered, by the way. Should you have a gambling problem, I implore you to please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles lock down Davis. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL legal tampering period begins today at noon as we are just 2 days away from the full opening of free agency in football. And the Eagles were already busy over the weekend signing Jordan Davis to a 3-year, $78 million extension. We'll keep you updated on what they do next with some high-profile free agents that also are up for grabs once that begins. And, of course, legal tampering means we're going to get some news today as well. The Sixers lost to the Hawks over the weekend. They also lost Tyrese Maxey to injury in the game. He has a sprained finger and will undergo further testing, but is expected to miss at least the next 2 games. They're going to play the Cavs in Cleveland tonight at 7 p.m. You can do that game live here on The Fanatic. Flyers host the Rangers tonight also at 7 after beating the Penguins in a shootout on Saturday. You can hear that game over on WMMR. The Phillies take on the Red Sox at 1:05 p.m. today in spring training. And Team USA Baseball has started off the World Baseball Classic group play 2-0 with wins over Brazil and Great Britain over the weekend. They will take on Mexico tonight at 8 p.m. We'll talk to Rob Motti, senior NFL writer for the AP, at 9:05 for what he's hearing on the legal tampering period in the NFL. This update is brought to you by Odoo.com. All your business apps in one place. Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple all-in-one platform. Start today at Odoo.com. That's ODOO.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic app.
97.5, The Fanatic.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7:31 on this Monday morning. Legal tampering day coming up at 12 o'clock.
Woo!
You're allowed to tamper legally.
So do you think there are gonna be a bunch of deals this afternoon?
Yes, 12 o'clock.
So you think this afternoon
12:05. I saw a great tweet this morning right before I left my house that the next 2 days, if you're a football fan, are probably the two least productive days that people have at jobs. Like, real jobs. We don't work real jobs. The people that work real jobs.
Worse than March Madness?
No,
not worse than March Madness.
People take off for March Madness. I don't think many people take off for legal tampering.
I don't think a lot of people take off from March Madness. I think a lot of people take long lunches, and
I would imagine people take off for March Madness. Man.
I think they
feel like
used
that's a
to. I
tradition
think they
that's been
used
going
to.
on.
I don't think it's as big nowadays.
You've been at the sports books. You see them film
Oh
up.
no, I think the sports books, yeah, but I think locally, I think a lot of people just take long lunches. And
When I worked in sales, that building was empty.
Yeah,
on,
dude.
the Thursday of the tournament.
Man, I skip classes.
no, skipping classes, things like that is different. I mean, I'm already thinking about it too for my classes for that Thursday.
Yeah, let them.
Like I already want to do something where I'd like to do something.
Well,
that
if it's
day.
sports talk, you let them.
know,
They
well,
have
it's
to
not-
watch. They have to watch sports.
Well, it's talk radio. So I mean, it's like,
well.
but I got some kids who are more into the politics talk.
By the way, like the legal tampering, it doesn't even matter anymore, right? Because Asante Samuel Jr. has already agreed to a deal with the Steelers to re-sign, according to Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter. Both of them.
Well,
already
he was out all
he
last
was
year.
A free agent.
He was a free agent.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, he was out all
does
last
that
year.
not cover? then?
because he was not. He was not under
He was
contract.
out all last year.
Okay, never mind then.
The illegal tampering would be if, let's say, the Steelers contacted Jaylen Phillips when
okay.
he was a
Yeah,
member of
I
the
feel you.
Eagles. The Eagles technically have his. I don't know how it works. I imagine they have his rights until 12 o'clock today, right? Like, and then it's boom. Go ahead. You could
New
figure
league
it out.
year begins.
Yeah.
When the new league year begins on Wednesday, that is when you're supposed to be able to.
Yeah. So Asante Samuel
okay.
Jr. was
Gotcha.
already. He was out
Yeah,
there on the open market.
I'm really surprised that people just must. His medicals must have been terrible.
It must have been bad. Last week, I think it was when you were out, Biotish, center, I think from Nebraska or Wisconsin. He's bounced around a little bit. The Commanders, they didn't re-sign him. Somebody signed Tyler Biotish because the Commanders released him a couple days ago.
What? I didn't see this one.
Yeah.
They released him?
Yeah, for cap casualties. Yeah.
I did not
And he
see that.
He went to the Chargers. They saved X amount of dollars by releasing him, and he went to the Chargers.
I am shocked that they released him.
Yeah. He's good. He's a good player. I like Tyler Biotish.
Whoa. I'm shocked that wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something blasphemous. but
Wisconsin.
I'm
He's
shocked
a
that they got rid of him, but I'm shocked that the Eagles wouldn't have been in on that.
He's done with the NFC East tour because he was a Cowboy, then he went to the Commanders.
I'm telling
and
you,
now he's going to the
I
Chargers.
like him as a player.
Yeah,
and
solid guy.
of course, who goes and gets him? Jim Harbaugh, who knows offensive linemen.
Yeah.
I liked him. I didn't know they got rid of
Yeah,
him.
they released him cap casualty. All right, here's how you can win the Spot and Knockout today. Pair of tickets in the Spot and Knockout. It is cocktail trivia. So we're going to do the same thing we did last week if you were a part of us. Thank you. If you're just tuning in, this is what we were doing. What we were doing is I would ask a question, and then you would text in what you believed was the correct answer
Okay.
to 610-632-0975. And then usually toward the end of the segment or the next segment, we would pick that qualifier, and then they would be in the running for the Sixers tickets. So just an example. I'll do the example question first before anybody texts in, because this one's a multiple choice, so this could be easier for the two of you. All right. Which of these is not in a Long Island iced tea? Your options are rum, whiskey, tequila, vodka. What is not in an LIT?
Tequila.
Incorrect.
I don't think rum's in there, right?
It is whiskey.
Oh, really? I
Whiskey
don't know.
is not in a Long Island.
You got problems if you drink Long Island iced
I do
teas.
not.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I would say to you, I honestly,
Those
Connor,
things-
I have two buddies who bartended a long time. And they said the worst drunks that they,
Oh, yeah.
both of them said, worst drunks that they knew drank Long Island iced
Yeah,
tea.
I
Would you
drank
like 4 shots at once?
I drank them
How
in
about it?
college because they were cheap,
yeah,
and
dude,
man,
you-
they got the job done. But man, not anymore. That's
Wow.
way past
The worst
my day.
drunks that they knew, though, were if they heard Long Island iced tea, they were like, oh, boy.
All right, so
They'll be on the liver transplant list.
Text in the correct answer for this question, 610-632-0975, or what you believe is the correct answer. What is the third ingredient besides cream and vodka in a White Russian? Text it in, 610-632-0975, and then we'll pick a random entry in the next segment, and then you'll be in the running for the Sixers-Bulls tickets March 25th. Xfinity Mobile Arena. Get your single-game tickets at Sixers.com. And, of course, that's also Knockout Night where we get to hang out with you, and Connor Thomas can complain about his shoes and make all the excuses in the world as to why he doesn't win.
My friends Pam and Patty listen to this show all the time. Pam Chestnut, Pat Burns. Both of them probably texting in an answer to this one. Because they kept this in business.
I know one person in my life.
White Russians?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And it's my cousin, and she loves them.
Oh, they love – no. There's very, women of a certain age that loved this and kept it in business for a long time.
Still going strong.
Oh, yes.
All right. You were on vacation, but I also know you're not the biggest fan of it. But the World Baseball Classic has been electric so far to start.
I've seen some of the highlights.
It's been a lot of fun. Team USA is 2-0 so far in their pool play, as they should be.
Yeah, exactly.
They beat Brazil.
Oh, wow.
15-5, and then they beat Great Britain 9-1 after they were down, 1-0 through 5 innings.
That was incredible.
And then this happened.
Schwarber launches it to right. He's done it against the Brits again. The United States takes the lead on a blast to the upper deck.
And it was a Schwarbomb. Like, Schwarbomb's bursting in air. I said it, but I'm serious. Like, that thing was a typical Kyle Schwarber, what we will see in about a month, less than, at Citizens Bank Park. People forget that the Phillies re-signed Kyle Schwarber. Dave Dombrowski would like to remind you that. But the Team USA 2-0 so far in pool play. Kyle Schwarber has been a beast. He is 4 for 8, so he's batting .500. Has that home run that you heard, 2 ribbies. He's also walked 3 times, so his on-base percentage through 2 games is .636. That's a pretty good start for the runner-up for the NL MVP last year for Team USA.
And he hit. Who did the home run come off of?
Was it? It was the Vanimal. Or no, not the Vanimal.
No, I think it was some guy whose last name was actually Scrub.
I was just going to say, because what I was told was it was a...
But the Vanimal pitched for Great Britain.
Yeah, I was told that it was a Scrabini.
Yes. Yeah, that was
and many of these players.
He pitches for Italy.
Many of these... Very good, Connor.
Yeah, because of the Val. Good job.
I thought it's not nice to say about Aaron, because I think he's going to have a little bit of a bounce-back year.
Speaking of Aaron, Team Italy, 2-0. Team USA is in Pool B. They have 3 2-0 teams. It's the only pool out of the 4 where there are 3 undefeated teams through 2 games. Great Britain 0-3, Brazil 0-3. Mexico 2-0. Team USA has struggled over the tournament years against Mexico. How about Taiwan Walker going 3 shutout yesterday for Mexico? So what Team USA still has before they try to get to the quarterfinals, they have Mexico tonight at 7 o'clock. That's a lock-in piece. Or no, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. That's a lock-in piece, man. 2 2-0 teams. And Mexico has had their number against Team USA.
You think that's big? Wait till they play Italy, and you know who's going to be on the mound for them? It will not be Nola. It will be Mr. Vans, Michael Lorenzen.
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes, Lorenzen is on Team Italy.
So we got Vans Worley, Nola, Walker, Lorenzen.
Yeah, we're seeing all the former and, of course, current Aaron Nola, the Phillies going at it.
Wow.
But yeah,
now you're not rooting for Aaron Nola to do well, right?
No, of course not. USA.
No.
baby.
Wait a minute. Are you kidding me? This fan base? There are going to be people who are going to say, I want the USA to win, but I want Aaron Nola to pitch really well.
Yeah, there might be fans in this
I
fan
want
base.
Aaron Nola to get freaking tattooed for masquerading on Team Italy.
Yeah.
I want him to get absolutely rocked for masquerading like, oh, I'm on Team Italy. Nonsense crap like that. I hope he gets those 3 meatballs.
So I got to ask you, is tonight a lock-in piece? Because it is a good game.
No, I'm watching.
USA, Mexico.
No. I'm absolutely in. But the Flyers are tonight, too.
Okay.
And it's a big week for the Flyers.
Double screen it?
Sixers are tonight, but nobody's playing, so they will not get much screen time tonight.
Yeah.
So it'll be absolutely no question.
Maxey, by the way, the fifth finger, which we all know what the fifth finger is.
There's only 4 fingers.
Yeah, because
nobody has a 5th finger. When I saw that, I was like, Nobody has a fifth finger unless they are deformed.
I just know, how come nobody says pink? Like, why?
Just say pinky.
Everybody
We know
knows what the pinky is.
There are 4 fingers. The pinky is the 4th finger. The thumb and 4 fingers.
Yeah, I think when you say fifth finger, everybody knows
That's
what
why
they're
this
talking
is.
about, though.
This is why this is the forefinger. This is the forefinger. The pinky at the end would actually be the first. This is the thumb. That's why we don't have 5 fingers. You have a thumb
Semantics.
and 4 fingers. Semantics.
He's the right
right
fifth
answer.
finger is out for the
amazing.
next 2 games. He will get further tested. Tyrese
Jeez.
Maxey. It's just another injury, man. It's
It's
unbelievable.
That's terrible. And what
And that's just bad luck.
happened at the end of a game too, right?
Yep.
That's unbelievable.
It was just bad luck, and that's what the
Like the
Sixers
whole
have.
Embiid thing. Bad luck.
Yeah, and of course he runs into his own teammate again, Dembona, running around like a maniac.
Because he knows he has a lot of court awareness.
All right, coming up next,
So glad they get rid of McCain too.
we have today's headline. Oh, don't worry, you'll
didn't
get
need,
to it.
yeah, didn't need him.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas comes right next. We'll continue to check our text line on today's Eagles-related discussions. And if Connor does not have one specific person in today's headlines, I will bring up this name because this
Britney Spears
is March. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I'm glad we have a Bradford White water heater in our house because there is one thing about St. Lucia. Even at a great quality resort, sometimes you don't get all the hot water you want on demand whenever you want it. Well, I can tell you with a Bradford White water heater, they would have had it because Bradford White water heaters are great. They're reliable, top performance year after year, built to be the best right here in America. They use the finest components from around the world. And if your current water heater isn't getting the job done, you shouldn't put up with it. Ask your plumbing professional about getting a Bradford White water heater for your house. They have the Infinity tankless and Aerotherm hybrid heat pump models that will give you all the hot water you need on demand whenever you need it. Plus Bradford Whites, you can have the traditional maybe 25, 50, 75-gallon models. So they can come, they can tell the model that's best for you. They can bring it, they can install it for peak efficiency. Then you run your dishwasher and your laundry, and you take all the showers you want, and you get great performance. It's Bradford White. They're a great local company, and more importantly, they just deliver year after year. Go to BradfordWhite.com to learn more. Find the plumbing professional near you. How you heat your water matters. Choose my friends at Bradford White.
NFL free.
747 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up momentarily. Do we have a qualifier for the Sixers-Bulls tickets March 25th spot and knockout? We're doing cocktail trivia today as Johnny and Connor are both back. I imagine you guys both knew the answer. I asked Connor if he knew. He said, of course I know the answer.
I did know the answer.
And it was?
Kahlua.
Correct.
Somebody did say club soda, so not everybody.
No.
I didn't think everybody would get it right.
It's vodka,
club soda.
Vodka, cream, and Kahlua, yeah.
Right, but and that's the reason I'm out is the cream.
Who is our qualifier for that? I'll give another one before we get out this segment.
We have the qualifier picked. We have not had the response on name yet, so I'll let you know.
Okay.
It's like
Sometimes it takes people a while to text back.
It's like drinking a sort of melted milkshake.
Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, that's disgusting.
No, heavy.
I'm not for that. All right, what do we got on the text line when it comes to the Eagles talk? So our question for you is kind of an open-ended one. What's your feeling this week? What's your emotion? What's your vibe? Because this is an off season where don't expect like the splashy move to come here. It's if anything, it's leaving here. It's could A.J. Brown be traded? If Jaylen Phillips does not sign here and gets paid, you get the compensatory pick, right? Like if anything, it's subtractions or people walking away, and then you try to find ways to fill the void a little bit.
You get a third rounder next year.
Right, exactly. So what do we got on the text line?
We got a lot of people checking in on that Jaylen Carter conversation we had earlier.
I can't believe that was even a thing, but go ahead.
Yeah, and most of them are like, this is insane. Like Mike from Virginia, who says, if I thought his shoulder injuries were chronic and would repeat themselves, I might do it. Paying him what you'll have to, and only having a couple years of him would be a financial disaster. But if he's healthy, forget it. It's bananas.
Yeah, I'm not getting rid of him at all. I'm not even considering. I'm serious. I'm not even considering getting rid of AJ Brown. I mean, of Jaylen Carter.
Yeah, I just don't know how that all of a sudden just like popped
because
up.
you know what it was. People were calling Howie Roseman, and I absolutely believe that report because they're doing the math and they're saying, wait a minute, the Eagles are thinking about paying Jaylen Phillips $22 or $23 million a year. The math doesn't add up.
Yeah.
About how they're going to be able to afford it.
So it makes sense.
So it makes sense to at least call and go, wait a minute here, dude. Are you guys unhappy? Because Jaylen, look, he's been suspended multiple times by the Eagles.
Right.
That's not a report. Those are facts. There are times where they've had to say, grow up, dude. Grow up. Start conducting yourself like a professional. And the spitting after the very kickoff of the season was a huge event last year.
Right. Okay. I mean, it was week one.
It was a big
national
event.
stage.
Right. I mean, but Jaylen Carter, get the hell out of here. Yeah. I don't want Jaylen Carter going anywhere.
No, we're not doing that. Congratulations, Bill from Harleysville, our first qualifier of the day.
Okay, Connor, just want to make sure here because I just want to make sure because Dennis on social media is trying to portray Connor as being a little off the rocker here. When you read the text about A.J. Brown being the top 5 wide receiver, and I took him to task, he says, God, Connor was really defending the guy in the top 5 test. No. You're not defending the guy on being a top 5 wide receiver. No, A.J. Brown is not a top 10 wide receiver, by the way.
I'm just saying
he's not a top 10 wide receiver. He is not a top 10 wide receiver.
Depends on the year.
No. Right now, he's not a top 10 wide receiver.
I was just saying I understand the texter's point. Don't get caught up on the top 5.
I wanted to make sure that was made clear because this guy's going, what did Connor smoke on his trip this weekend?
I think he's top 1, but that's just me.
Yeah.
All right. It is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
As brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. Andrew, you teased us. You said it is March. Well, guess what? We are not talking about the guy that you want to talk about.
Well, I'll get to it in a bit. Go ahead.
But we had an incredible buzzer beater, 2 actually, in the Patriot League semifinal. A layup to put him up, and then a final shot by Boston University.
Final ticks, Patriot League Player of the Year, speeding in, gets the layup! Mids lead, BU chance back, Gladden, goal! Chance Gladden sends BU to the title game!
It was an incredible shot, but there was a little controversy.
I saw from our friend Kevin DeGandhi bringing it up.
After the inbound, there was like 4 seconds left on the clock.
Did it not
but
start?
it didn't run for like 2.5 seconds.
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, and by the way, Connor, when did you morph into Brett Brown?
Listen, man, it's a story about Boston University. I had to say it.
Yeah, it's very good.
But
no, the clock didn't run for like 2 seconds?
Yeah, he almost lost the ball.
Wait a minute. That's bad.
And then all of a sudden he was like, oh, I might as well just shoot it, and then splash. Great shot. I mean, can't take the shot away from him, but maybe the shot never should have happened.
Wow, that's
But
bad.
it's a great shot. Congratulations to Boston U.
It absolutely was. Would you like your chance to bring up Mr. High Point University?
Yeah, John, I want you to take a guess. What do you think?
By the way, that campus, one of the most beautiful campuses you could go to.
I almost attended. Chase Johnston plays for High Point. He's like one of those 18th year seniors. What do you think his 2-point field goal stat line is this year?
Oh, I think he's probably not made one.
0 of 4. However,
he sounds like he doesn't play.
Well, oh no, he plays.
Really?
His 3-point stat line, 64 of 132.
Wow. But he can't make a 2-point.
He has attempted 4 field goals from inside the 3-point line, has
That's
not
incredible.
made any of them. 64 of 132. And somebody put out a great tweet saying, I smell bracket buster all over this guy.
Here's why I wasn't bringing up the name. Because he has not earned it yet. That's stolen valor from Jack Golke. That's stolen valor from Jimmer Fredette. That's stolen valor
Well, no,
from
Jimmer could actually ball.
I know he could play.
You got to do something.
That's
before
stolen valor from Dunk City, Florida Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
Don't you put him in the pantheon of March with my guy Doug Goedert from St. Peter's until he does something in the tournament.
They were just sniffing. They could sniff it.
Okay, so somebody's going to say it's a good value bet.
I think people just want to see who's going to hit like the 23 game to knock off like a 2 or a 3 seed.
That's good. That'll be fun. It's going to be fun. The tournament's coming up. It's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, what else you got?
All right, we also have a check-in on the World Baseball Classic. I know we just talked about it. I need to know, though, best vibe, because we talked a lot about the play on the field. Italy's got the team espresso machine in the dugout. They're
I think
taking
that's
a shot
a great
of.
thing, by the way.
You've got the Dominican Republic. By the way, listen to how the game sounds in Miami with that team playing that. They're unbelievable.
I'm always Team DR in terms of vibes.
But they've got the dumbbell with plantains in it.
That's awesome.
And then you also have the Tokyo Dome. Did you see the ice cream sandwich from the Tokyo Dome?
Yes.
Yes, it looked fantastic.
This is such a John. I don't know how you're out on this. It's amazing.
I'm not out on some of the. I'm not out on some of the mentality. I love the. I love the DR. I agree with you very much. Andrew.
I love how much they care. That's why I love it.
I love the
care.
fun.
Besides Austin Wells, who everyone's giving him crap because he hit a home run and just ran the bases.
By the way, Bryce Harper doesn't care either.
I love the Bryce is so depressed.
He
to be
basically
there.
said,
This isn't the Olympics.
This isn't the Olympics.
It's not the Olympics.
Meanwhile, I got Chinese Taipei in tears because they won a baseball game because they're so proud. And Bryce Harper's dropping a "This isn't the Olympics."
Good, Bryce. Act like you've been there
Bryce
before.
Harper does not know how to read the room, man.
Bryce,
all.
I swear to you, if anyone needs a media coach, he needs a media coach. Somebody like all the money he spends. Spend some money on somebody to just say, dude, you're going out to sit behind a microphone. Just don't resist the urge to be you.
Yeah.
Somebody should just say, resist the urge to be you.
He was the wet blanket guy. Everybody's having a good time, and he's like, yeah, but it's not
terrible.
this.
He sounded terrible doing it.
All right, coming up next, we'll reset today's topics. If you missed it earlier, Mike Garafolo, the latest on A.J. Brown, this Jaylen Carter weird out of nowhere stuff that popped up. Also, we'll give you some updates from around the rest of the NFL. You didn't even know that Biotish got released by the Commanders. You were on vacation.
God,
so
no. I wish the Eagles had been in on it.
Well, he's not with the Eagles. He's with the Chargers.
With the injury issues? Sure.
So we'll give you an update on other things that have gone on around the NFL. By the way, answer this question during the break, and then you'll be in the running. What is in a screwdriver? Cocktail trivia, 610-632-0975. What is in a screwdriver? We'll announce our latest qualifier coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let me tell you about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. We were just talking about March, man. This is March 9th. Tournament right around the corner. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a profit boost every single day through March 15th. So you got less than a week to do this. From now until that final 68 is revealed, you're getting daily profit boosts for a chance at boosted winnings on your college basketball bets. Trust me, you don't want to miss a single day. College basketball, it's on fire right now. Built build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting, and you could jump in after tip-off. Maybe there's two teams that you have not paid attention to all season long. Odds are you probably haven't, but you're starting to get into the feel of college basketball. You can see how the game starts, and then you go, all right, I think I have enough information on this team that I think this is how the game's going to play out. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started and do anything you want. Same game parlays, you name it. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issues not drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Free agency week begins. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL legal tampering period begins today at noon, so free agency doesn't technically start for another couple of days, but we are going to get a lot of information on quote-unquote agreed upon deals, which basically means those guys are signed. A big news day for the NFL. Speaking of guys that are signed, Jordan Davis is signed by the Philadelphia Eagles for the long term now after locking down a 3-year, $78 million extension over the weekend. So we'll keep you updated on all the big news in the NFL, especially surrounding the Eagles with some high-profile free agents up for grabs from last year's team. The Sixers lost to the Hawks over the weekend. They also lost Tyrese Maxey to injury in the game. He has a sprained finger and will undergo further testing, but will miss at least the next 2 games. They'll play the Cavaliers in Cleveland tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers host the Rangers tonight, also at 7. Took down the Penguins in a shootout on Saturday. You can hear that game live over on WMMR. The Phils take on the Red Sox at 1:05 p.m. down in spring training as they continue their work from Clearwater. And Team USA Baseball has started off the World Baseball Classic group play stage 2-0 with wins over Brazil and Great Britain. They'll take on Mexico tonight at 8 p.m. We'll talk to Rob Motti, senior NFL writer for the AP, coming up at 9:05 for his latest hearings on the rumors going around with the legal tampering period. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
.97.5 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
It is 8 a.m. here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Monday morning. Legal tampering Monday morning. 4 hours from now, they will be tampered with legally, and nothing took place before. Nothing. There were no phone calls. Nothing.
Not even a playing footsie under the table.
Nope. Every team in the National Football League follows the rules, and today
none of it.
You can follow the rules with an illegal term legally. Coming up at 12 o'clock, legal tampering. Make sure you're listening to Middays with Marks today. I've told the story a couple of times in recent weeks here. I was on the air when the Saquon Barkley stuff started heating up, and it was like the most electric 2 hours because 12 o'clock hit, and Diana Rossini at 12:05. For all of you who think Diana Rossini just makes things up, she was the first one with Saquon. Like 12 o'clock hit, and the rest of the 2 hours of that show flew by in a blink of an eye because there was so much going on the Saquon front and what other teams were in it. I still remember the Houston Texans were the only other team. They then went to the Joe Mixon route when Barkley went to the Eagles. By the way, Joe Mixon released by the Texans because that injury that just sort of he disappeared. Nobody knows the status of Joe Mixon. But, yeah, 12 o'clock, it's going to really go crazy. So make sure you're listening to Middays with Marks. It'll continue throughout the day, unfiltered, beginning at 2 o'clock, because even though the paperwork cannot be signed until late afternoon Wednesday, you start hearing about years and dollars today. It might not be the incentives. Somehow the contracts are written up that quickly. You know how
amazing.
You know how thick those contracts are. Somehow they're written that quickly in the span of less than 48 hours. But make sure you're listening all day today on the Fanatic. It's going to be electric. All right. Corey, congratulations, Corey Towns, our latest qualifier. The question was, what is a screwdriver?
Now, Uncle Yummy taught me how to make one at the fantastic Roach and O'Brien's back when I was not even 10.
That's good.
That was back in the day when you wouldn't have they wouldn't have called Child Protective Services on you with a kid behind the bar.
Yeah.
Being shown how to make a simple drink. That's easy. There's two ingredients.
Which is? What are the two ingredients?
Orange juice and vodka.
Good job. By the way, did you see a story about Nikola Jokic over the weekend? Nikola Jokic talked about how he used to go to the pub with his dad when he was 10 years old.
Okay.
Because his dad wanted him to learn how to drink like a man, like not a man, like get really drunk. Like, this is how you handle yourself. This is how you order at a bar.
Right.
At 10 years old.
Well, at 10, he was 6'5", 270.
Yeah, you're right. So he probably was able to look like he belonged.
There was a day, though, where it was a different day and age, and you guys did not grow up in it. When if my father was a member of a club, when you could be brought to a club or a local bar, and you could even go and sit in a booth and play or read a book or whatever, and your parents would go somewhere. Different day and age today.
Yeah,
these are those type of things.
Not anymore, man.
No, now people just let their kids run around.
Fine with that,
between tables and everything.
As long as they get tired for bedtime.
There you go.
All right, so it's legal tampering day. What we have asked you so far to answer at 610-632-0975, other than cocktail trivia for your chance to get a pair of tickets for the Sixers Bulls game, the Spot Knockout. I'll give you another one in a little bit. What is your emotion going into this week? What are your feelings going into this week? What is your mindset going into this week? Because in recent years, it's, all right, what's that splashy signing the Eagles are going to make? I don't know. I keep on saying, I want John and Connor's input on this. I think it's going to be more so splashy in terms of who leaves the Eagles, and the moves that the Eagles make are more so who's in house already to extend or who's going into the free agent market that they don't want to lose. Do you have that same feeling? Do you think the Eagles are doing anything?
No, I do not believe that. I told you I'm thinking corner, second contract corner, that's maybe like a second shelf guy.
Sure.
That's what I'm thinking. So I'm not thinking a big splash guy. I never want to count Howie out on anything.
Of course.
But, we'll see.
Connor, you have any feeling going into the legal tampering period in 3 hours and 55 minutes?
Nope, not really at all. Like I don't know. I don't ever put anything past Howie Roseman, but like you said, I imagine it's a lot more Eagles players that were on the team last year news than folks that we haven't heard about outside of maybe like corner depth or offensive line depth. Like what do they need?
Because we want. The number one thing every Eagles fan should probably want, correct, is that we want to keep our own players.
Yes.
So the idea should be, let's make sure we keep our own players.
By the way, after you do that, where's the money to get anybody else?
Exactly.
Correct.
Like they need. Again,
Correct.
I've been very consistent not wanting to trade A.J. Brown, but if I'm getting a first and a 3 or something, like I can't say no to it because
and I said that's what you had agreed to. Now the thing is this: would you go first and 3 if the third is a next year's third?
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
I'd be fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm absolutely fine with it.
I don't need it to be both in the same draft, but I would like the first in this draft.
No, the first in this draft.
I'm greedy, but
no,
I
think
like
the first has to be in this draft.
Yeah.
To me.
A lot of people are saying 2027 is a better draft. We're going to have that conversation till we're all dead, that this isn't actually the real draft.
What are they talking
about? It changes every year, John.
The 2026 draft is one of the best for wide receivers, offensive linemen, first 2 rounds.
And, by the way, tight ends, too, which the Eagles
come on.
also need. This draft benefits the Eagles for what they absolutely need. All right, over the weekend, Jordan Davis gets a contract extension, 3 years. He is the highest paid for now until that changes. Highest paid nose tackle in NFL history. A lot of money that is guaranteed. He is locked up. Then the Jaylen Carter stuff starts because they pay Jordan Davis, and a lot of people go, all right, so how are you going to pay Jaylen Carter? So the Eagles are receiving calls. They are not actively trying to trade Jaylen Carter, all right? Kind of like the A.J. Brown thing, but it feels like they're trying to trade A.J. Brown. They're not trying to trade Jaylen Carter. No. I know a lot of people have texted in saying that's crazy. It is crazy. I can't imagine Jaylen Carter is on the move for the Philadelphia
They're not
Eagles.
trying to trade. There's a difference between receiving calls and trying to trade. They're not trying to trade Jaylen Carter. They're not out there saying, hey, he's up on the block. But teams are circling Jaylen Carter because they realize the math doesn't add up. It doesn't. I mean, it really doesn't. There's a lot of tough decisions that are going to have to be made.
Yeah, there absolutely will be.
And it's going to be a little bit of an issue coming down.
All right, before we update you on everything else that's going on around the NFL, is the Twitter poll still going strong, Connor?
No, it never stops.
I mean, that's why Dr. Avidan Appel is the best of Iron Mountain Men's Health. You can get 4-hour strong polls in the morning, which, hey, that's fun. You can also have 4-hour strong polls in the afternoon. That's fun, 2 to 6 with Unfiltered. Iron Mountain Men's Health, thank you. What do we got this morning, Connor?
Our question today, which emotion are you feeling more for the Eagles heading into NFL free agency this week? 2 options, confident or worried. 53% of responders are saying they're worried. 47% confident.
Worried, eh?
What are you worried about? All right, that's the majority of our voters. All right, and we appreciate everybody that's voting. What are you worried about? Is it losing somebody? Is it a bad signing, which I don't think there's anybody that they're going to go pay a lot of money to.
Well, I know what people are worried about. I would believe is people are worried about that A.J. Brown's gone. I think that's what people are
and I still
worried
want
about.
that, but
and I do think he's gone.
It feels like it's inevitable at this point.
Yes, and it's what he. By the way, it's what he wants.
Yeah, it's just a matter of when.
And it's what he wanted.
I think it's just so many important players of this team that feel like they're up for grabs. Dallas Goedert, A.J. Brown, Jaylen Carter, rumors come out.
But
Jaylen
here's the
Phillips.
thing with Dallas Goedert. I love Dallas Goedert. Right?
Sure, we all love him.
Even more so than my man Jaylen Phillips. I love Dallas Goedert. But if he were to walk, let's say he got the payday that he did not get last year, and he's going to get a payday for somebody else. I like David Njoku, who's available. Cade Otton is available. There are other tight ends that are talented that are available.
Correct.
I don't think if Dallas Goedert leaves, this team dies. Now, if Jaylen Phillips leaves, I don't know who the other edge rusher. I don't think they're getting Trey Hendrickson. I don't know the other edge rusher that's out there that I'm like, oh, at least you can pivot to that player.
I feel totally different about that. I couldn't be more opposite of you.
Okay.
If Dallas Goedert walks out of this building, you have to go outside and get somebody else. So you're going to have to bargain with other teams for. Or you've got Grant Calcaterra and a rookie. If Jaylen Phillips walks out the door.
Calcaterra's not even around, right? He's a free agent too, I'm pretty sure.
If Jaylen Phillips walks out the door, you have Jalen Son, Nolan Smith, guys that you invested draft capital in who have been productive for this team. Jalen Son led the team in sacks and interceptions last year.
Yeah, my problem with Nolan Smith is just the health.
I understand.
The way he plays is what. No, Jalen Phillips tore his ACL. The way Nolan Smith plays, it's what leads to his injuries. His aggressive style of play.
Jaylen Phillips has 2 years where he played 12 games.
Yeah,
2 consecutive years.
hurt.
He played 12 games. So, I mean, you can't Nolan Smith me. If Nolan Smith saying to you, Salciunas, what up?
Guys tear their Achilles. It happens. Nolan Smith, it's the way he I mean, that's what even the Eagles tell. It's the way he plays. Vic Fangio talks about it. His vicious, and I love it, right? Don't get me wrong. I love that about Nolan Smith. I love that this dude, I still remember when he first got drafted, he was doing one of the podcasts because they have the Georgia Bulldogs thing.
Sure.
He was like, man, I can't wait to go out there and just hit somebody. And I was like, I love you. I fell in love with Nolan Smith before he put on an Eagles
He's a charming guy.
When I heard him say, I just want to go out there and hit somebody, I'm like, yes. I'm glad you're on my team.
My point is I can name 3 guys in the edge rusher rotation right now that I like, and I can't name you a single other tight end on the Eagles roster.
Sure.
If Dallas Goedert walks.
Well, but you can at least go sign somebody else. There are other guys on the market is the point that I'm
right, but he'll be the bigger loss.
Okay, fair enough. What else we got on the text line?
All right, so we've got people checking in on that Jaylen Carter conversation still, and basically everyone's saying that they would not do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're making sure.
Because we had one guy that said he would do it, and then that we asked the question, is there anybody else out there that would do it?
People have brought up the shoulder injury on the text line. This texter says, don't want to trade Carter, but the trade talk is definitely real. Maybe the shoulder injury is worse than we think. But also, maybe they're worried with Nakobe Dean no longer with the team this offseason, that it will be tougher to control Jaylen Carter.
Well, I can tell you is that the Nakobe helping to not. Well, I hate the word control.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Because I think it makes it seem like he's out of control. That's a bunch of crap.
Hannibal Lecter mask on the guy.
Yes, exactly. That's a bunch of crap. But he is I do believe Nakobe has a very good influence on Jaylen Carter. Very good influence. Put it that way.
Yeah.
And that's great. You guys are good influences on me. Hopefully, I'm good influence on somebody else. I mean, people are good influences. Nakobe tends to be that influence on a lot of people. I can tell you, I've told you before.
Seems like it, yeah.
I've told you before. Kirby Smart told me in an interview that Nakobe Dean was the smartest player he ever coached. Smartest player he ever coached. So, I mean, that's a lot to say.
That's high praise.
That's how I say. Now, he got the engineering degree early.
Yeah.
And was still doing all his football stuff and still being a team captain and leader of the team, and he was just freaking brilliant. I wouldn't have been able to pass the classes that Nakobe was passing with ease.
Don't even ask me about that.
Don't ask Dean Boardman for my transcript.
All right, Connor, can you hit me with some football music, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I want to give you some updates on what's going on around the rest of the NFL. You mentioned Asante Samuel Jr. He did play for the Steelers last year, but that's why he is allowed to resign, because he's re-signed.
Right, and he sat out to what, November? Late November?
Yeah, he played six games for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Texans re-signed Ed Ingram. People wondering who that is. Well, yeah, he's an offensive guard for the Houston Texans. And everybody knows that the offensive linemen of Houston are household names because they're really good. He's actually a good player. The rest of the offensive line stinks. Eric Wilson, linebacker, back to the Minnesota Vikings. Part of that really, really good defense in Minnesota. They are just a what? Quarterback away from being true contenders.
And are they really going to go? Are they going to really bring back Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins, $25 million a year is being projected.
Are they considering doing that?
There's Rodgers, Rodgers on the latest Pat McAfee podcast or show. Oh, I'm going to take my time with this one. What else is new with freaking Aaron Rodgers?
You mean Aaron Rodgers, who is his mystery wife?
Yeah.
You mean who no one's ever seen or no one knows her name?
He married the person that Manti Te'o dated.
Exactly. And by the way, I think it might be the same exact story.
Trent McDuffie, we know, was traded. Big trade. Kansas City sends him to the Rams. That's a great move for the Rams because their defense was leaking oil, especially in the back end of the defensive side of the field last year. But they paid him a record. $124 million. $100 million guaranteed.
All right, I love this move by the Rams.
Oh.
I hate it, though.
No, because he's really good.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Instead of drafting, going and drafting a player, they went and just got the player. I mean, they went and got a player that they know is guaranteed to be great. He's a great player.
Hey, you know how I feel. Proven versus unknown, man.
So the Rams have made, one first-round pick in the past 30 years?
Yeah,
I've told him Les Snead and Andrew Salciunas would be best friends.
I should work for them.
You and Les would be best of friends. He's a great dude. You guys would be best friends. And he's an F them picks guy. And you would be that with him. He's just like, why would I draft a guy when I can get a proven guy for almost the same price?
Put in a good word for me, because when this show ends at 10, it's 7 o'clock their time.
You and Les would get along. I'm telling you, get along big time.
I could do morning radio in Philadelphia and then work for the team.
You could work for the team.
Work
for the
against
Rams.
the Eagles, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Are they paying me? How is that?
Unbelievable.
The Southern drawl, Les's Southern drawl would draw you off a little bit, but it'd be all right.
That's fine. Travis Kelce, believe it or not, motivated to play again in 2026. 14th season. That's going to be the next Taylor Swift album.
Before the
Motivated.
wedding?
That's not a bad title.
You know it, dude. It's going to be.
Connor.
Motivated. It's going to be the next album of Taylor Swift.
That's great. Well, please, it depends on what kind of allowance he gets from her after they get married.
It is her money, man. I mean, he's doing pretty well, but it's her money. And that's really it. I mean, other than that, it's monitoring situations. Niners monitoring Trent Williams. The Bucs are going to monitor what Mike Evans wants to do. And then everybody in the world wants Alec Pierce because he's considered the best wide receiver on the open
on the open market. And the thing is right now is, if I said to you right now, Alec Pierce, if you got a 3-year reasonable number on him. Reasonable number.
Well, if he's the number one, I don't think he's getting reasonable.
No, but I mean, do you think Alec Pierce, the next 3 years of Alec Pierce, what do you think compared to A.J. Brown?
I would rather have A.J. Brown. I think A.J. Brown's a game wrecker, whereas Alec Pierce is a really nice additional piece. Now, look, with him and Devontae Smith, if that's what you're asking, even though I think their play's kind of redundant.
I think it is. That's the only thing I would say, too, is that I do believe they're sort of redundant.
Yeah, I'm not paying.
No. I believe he is a guy that can be a number one. I think he's got a little more hold-up frame, even though Devontae's been healthy.
We also have some the first big NFL news of the day.
Well, we got
the Miami Dolphins releasing Tua Tagovailoa with a post-June 1st cap designation.
Yeah, there was talks of if they were to trade him, they would have to give up a pick.
Yes,
because of his contract.
Well, look at the contract. Yeah. It's crazy.
He's not good. I didn't like him coming out of college. Did I think it was going to go into a specific direction when
I never thought it would end up
like this. Like this. When Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle both joined forces in Miami with what was supposed to be the next greatest offensive mind in the history of the NFL, I thought, all right, maybe something could happen here. The concussions, man.
I feel for him big time.
I do too, yeah.
I do not. By the way, before you hear any Eagles fan says it, no.
No, absolutely.
Despite his relationship with Jalen, and by the way, they had a very good relationship, and Jalen could not have been any more supportive of him, bringing him along when he was his backup. He was great to him, and then when he became his backup, he was great to him. The two of them worked together amazingly. No.
I don't mind it. You'd have to be a moron to bench Jalen Hurts for Tua Tagovailoa.
No. I'm talking about the concussion thing, bringing him in as the backup.
I know that's
if you
what
make
I'm
a
saying.
quarterback trade.
Yeah,
you can't do it.
I'm not doing that. Well, good job, Connor. Thank you for
good
the
job, Connor.
there. All right, I'm going to ask you another trivia question, cocktail trivia, and then we'll get some more text messages on today's topics. We all know, well, maybe all of us know. I don't know if we all know. A Tom Collins is gin, sweet and sour mix, and a splash of 7-Up or Sprite. What makes it a John Collins?
Ooh.
Text that
in. He misses layups in critical situations?
Text that in at 610-632-0975. So I told you the ingredients of a Tom Collins. What's the change that you make to make it a John Collins? We'll announce our next qualifier in the next segment. Again, so far we have Bill from Harleysville and Corey from Chester as we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Sixers-Bulls game and the Spotted Knockout. What do we got on the text line this morning, Mr. Thomas?
All right, so we have a check-in on the Jordan Davis extension and how it's going to affect things with Jaylen Carter potentially in the mix for a new contract. And this texter is a little bit worried about how much they paid, saying, I was concerned with the extension of JD that they won't be able to commit that much money on defensive tackle. You're going to be looking at near $55 million a year between the two of them, no?
Yeah, no, you're going to.
No, you're going to. But I'm fine with that.
But it depends on where you're allocating the money afterward, right? Like, we're so focused. Because the offense right now, Hurts getting paid, AJ's getting paid. 3/5 of your offensive line is making a ton of money. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, who you gave more money to because he played really well a couple of years ago. Like, there's so much money in the offense. Once these contracts start running out, or when that money, don't forget, Jordan Davis is not going to get that money for another 2 seasons because he's entering his 5th year. Jaylen Carter's entering his extension where you can have those conversations.
Talk to him now, but then you can also franchise him next year.
Yeah, so Jordan Davis's big money is not going to come until the 2027 season.
Absolutely.
So things happen down the road. So I wouldn't panic too much. But yes, a lot of money is going to be allocated to 2 players. 2 big-time players for your team.
And I'm fine with it both.
Nobody's complaining about the money allocated to the offense.
It's second contract players that are huge impacts that really stir the drink.
Yeah.
And they don't preclude you from being able to handle Cooper and Quignon down the line.
They started this run, those guys. A lot of people look at the offense. So did those guys on defense. All right, coming up next. Now, we have a question off of all of this. Because we have a poll about whether you're confident or worried.
So does Dr. Avedon Appel.
Forget about us and forget about what's being reported. If certain moves are made, do we trust them? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Yeah, Andrew just said trust. I trust a Bradford White water heater. I know that. I know if you need hot water, you need water to be able to run the dishwasher, to be able to have a good hot shower. That was one of the best things about coming home from vacation. Everything's in your own shower is better. The water pressure, the hot water, endless hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best. You want super reliability? Yeah, you can get it. You want top performance year after year? They got it for you. They're built to be the best because they're an American company right here in your backyard. So they know how demanding us Philly people are. And if your current water heater isn't getting the job done, it might just be beyond its years because the technology's constantly changing. So ask your plumbing professional about switching over to a Bradford White water heater. Their new Infinity tankless Aerotherm hybrid heat pump models, these things are like space age. They take up a lot less space, and they also are providing you endless hot water on demand. If you just want one of the more traditional models, 25, 50, 75-gallon models, these things are even sleeker, and they're still just ultra dependable. And Bradford White will help you get you in touch with a plumbing professional in your area. They'll pick the perfect model for you. They come to your house. They install it for peak efficiency, and you reap the benefits. And by the way, those energy benefits are part of those benefits. So learn more. Find a plumbing professional near you. Go to BradfordWhite.com because how you heat your water, it does matter. Choose my friends at Bradford White.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles extend Jordan Davis. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by TextNow. Some people still pay $100 a month for phone service. TextNow gives you 5G without the 5-figure commitment. Unlimited talk, unlimited text, unlimited freedom to switch things up. Try TextNow today. Jordan Davis doesn't have unlimited dollars, but he does have $78 million more agreed to over 3 years on a new extension signed with the Eagles over the weekend. The NFL legal tampering period begins today at noon, and we're just a couple of days away from the start of the full free agency period, so we'll keep you updated on what the Eagles are looking to do next and other big NFL news throughout the day. Sixers lost to the Hawks over the weekend. They also lost Tyrese Maxey to an injury in game. He sprained a finger and will undergo further testing, but will miss at least the next 2 games. They're going to play the Cavaliers in Cleveland. 7 p.m. tip-off tonight. Game here live on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers host the Rangers tonight, also at 7. They took down the Penguins in a shootout on Saturday. That game's over on WMMR. Phillies play the Red Sox at 1:05 as spring training continues. And Team USA Baseball has started World Baseball Classic Group Play 2-0 with wins over Brazil and Great Britain. They'll take on Mexico tonight at 8 p.m. We'll talk to Rob Motti, senior NFL writer for the AP, coming up at 9:05 for the latest rumors from around the league. This update's brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 8:31 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. You heard the little Sixers promo there. Tyrese Maxey now injured. He's going to miss 2 games. VJ Edgecombe, after hurting his back, missed a couple of games. Joel Embiid, once again, going to be reevaluated. It's another year. And the Sixers now, all of a sudden, have dropped.
But other than all that.
Yeah, but other than all that. But no, seriously, the Sixers just last week were a game and a half back of the Raptors for the 5th seed, who were losing games. Now, all of a sudden, they're the 8th seed, the Sixers. Just 2 games back. Like, it's not like they're 5 games back of the Raptors, but they're 2 games back at Toronto, and now a full game back behind both Orlando and Miami. The Sunshine State jumps the Sixers, 6-7 seed. Sixers now the 8th seed with just a game and a half lead over the Hawks, who have won 6 straight.
It's amazing.
And it's because of injuries. And that's the same story every single year. It's the same story. And look, injuries are going to happen, right? Like a Maxey and an Edgecombe, it's going to happen.
Why did you not say Embiid?
Man, well, no, that's what I'm talking about. Like, those are the unfortunate where they start losing. Every time he misses games, they're going to lose the majority of the games that he's out.
They are.
Man, could they use some guard help off the bench?
Wow, that would have been really good if they had some guard help.
They sold high, though.
Can I just? Yeah, they did. Can I?
I actually did save a segment for
I know
you.
you
Go ahead.
did.
It's on your mind.
I came across a tweet on the plane researching for the week, and I blamed Connor Thomas, and I want he's the poster boy for it. Connor Thomas tweeted something, I think, before I even got on the plane, but I had missed it because I wasn't checking the day when I go away, I go underground. I mean, I am underground. And Connor Thomas tweets out, pump your brakes, Sixers fans, about this Jared McCain stuff, man. Pump your brakes.
That doesn't sound
only been like a 4. Well, that was the voice that I put on it.
Oh, okay.
Put on as I'm reading it. The pump your brakes, Sixers fans, about the Jared McCain. It's only been 9 games. Oh my, seriously. Like, we can't evaluate it yet. Yes, we can. We can evaluate it.
I wonder who I was talking to.
It was freaking stupid. Good organizations do not give away guys like him. They don't. They develop them. They keep them. And more importantly, since the day you got rid of him, you could have used him.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it even
more
worse.
More importantly, you're telling me that Daryl Morey, we now know, if we believe multiple reports, Daryl Morey traded Jared McCain to get draft capital that he was going to use to try to go and make a trade for another overpaid, broken down Kawhi Leonard? Are you freaking kidding me?
When healthy, he's a great player, John.
Oh, I'm so freaking tired of this. I'm telling you, take the keys away from Daryl. But more importantly, the Jared McCain trade is horrible. It's horrendous. You traded him, and the number one thing you got back is a draft pick that is at least 12 to 13 picks worse than where you drafted Jared McCain.
Well, it's to make another move, John.
Pump your brakes. Pump your. That's the voice I put on it, like a big sort of
like you.
Pump your brakes, Sixers fans.
Do I sound like that?
By the way,
he sounds like Hey Boo Boo.
By the way, it looks
picnic basket.
It looks picnic basket.
In a minute.
By the way, it looks worse today than the day you tweeted that.
Yeah.
It looks even worse today than the day you were lecturing Sixers fans to, don't pump the brakes.
Listen, all I'm saying is people are acting like it's the worst trade in the history of the NBA.
It was an unnecessary
It's
trade.
stupid.
I get
That's
it.
what I keep on going back to.
I didn't say like, I love this trade.
Honestly, dude, my biggest problem is with Morey like getting chesty during.
I mean, seriously.
We think we sold high.
Sold high?
And
he was. No, you know what? I believe he did. I believe that maybe there was a trip to a dispensary. I believe somebody in that room that said, Daryl, pull the trigger. I believe somebody was high in the room because it makes no sense. Let's get a draft pick that's significantly worse, significantly less value. If you go on an NBA draft, one of those like sort of Jimmy Johnson charts where you draft like first-round draft picks and what they're worth in trade, where they drafted Jared McCain to compare to the draft pick that they're going to get for him, it's much worse. It's much less value. So I don't get it.
Yeah, but in the tweet that you're referencing, I said it looks bad for the Sixers right now for sure. A lot of people are jumping the gun on a guy averaging 12, 3, and 1. He's played 9 games.
Yeah, but
okay, but they're not. It's not.
Again,
they could have used him here.
Here, and I'll go another step forward because I always like to try to look at the different levels, the onions of the topics.
I like that.
This is also a Nick Nurse problem.
Yeah,
because the Oklahoma City Thunder have 17,000 guards. Are you available tonight to play for the Thunder, Connor? Because they might sign you to play guard.
I can.
And they still find a way to get him to play, and they find roles for him specifically.
Yes, so they actually go, wow, we could look at a guy like him, and we can use him.
My biggest problem with the Sixers over the years, I went on the rant again last week. Joel Embiid's out. Let's still try to run the exact same offense as if the guy that can average 30 points per game is on the court. And they try to do it with the Drummonds and the Bonas. They did it with Rashawn Holmes, Amir Johnson, everybody. Name a backup center. They still tried running the exact same offense, and they can't do it. Whereas the Thunder, because Brian Dagnall's a very, very tremendous head coach. I mean, they won the
Does
NBA
a really
championship
good
last
job,
year.
yes.
He goes, all right, I have these guys all on the court. I know I can do this with this guy. I might not be able to do it with that guy, but I can do it with this guy. So we're going to have plays set for that player. Sixers don't run plays. Sixers just roll the ball out there. So it's honestly, before I even blame Daryl Morey, I might blame Nick Nurse first.
I don't think you can say Sixers don't run plays; they just roll a ball out there. Like I don't know that that's a fair place to go. But your criticism, Nick Nurse, is fair.
Dribble handoff.
I honestly don't know who to point more blame to for that, Morey or Nurse, because there's blame on both sides, and it does not look like a good trade for the Sixers right now. I don't think it is one. I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff where people are going on social media way too far, way too early.
Well,
that was my only point.
This is getting panned. By the way, the inside the NBA had it as the most unnecessary move that has been done in the NBA this year.
Yeah,
most unnecessary move. Like, why? What are you doing?
That was the word that I used the day after the trade
What
deadline.
are you doing it for? It was completely unnecessary.
Yeah,
that you're doing that.
By the way, you brought up dispensary, so you always got my attention. Connor, were you in when I talked about the Girl Scouts, or were you out?
I don't think I was here.
I think I saw the story, though, on reading on social media.
There was a Girl Scout troop group that set up a shop outside of out of a dispensary in Mount Laurel. So it was a local story. And they made a killing, as you can imagine. And the Girl Scout community, the higher-ups, were unhappy. So even though they made a killing, pulling in a lot of money, and nobody, the owner of the dispensary wanted them, was like, yeah, of course, I want to help out the Girl Scout local troops, right? They had another shop set up for Friday, and it got canceled. So there's your update, because we talked about this a little bit last week. They ended up canceling it.
Did they get, because the Girl Scouts told them to cancel it?
The higher-ups said, don't do this. This is bad. This is very, very bad.
Wait a minute, whoa. It's a legal dispensary.
Yeah, and they make money.
And it is legal for people to go to said dispensary, correct?
Yes. This was from the Girl Scout community. They said, quote, Girl Scouts should not sell in or in front of establishments that they themselves cannot legally patronize. As Amy Fadul brought up to me last week when we talked about this, she went to the liquor store recently, and there was Girl Scouts outside.
There is absolutely 2 liquor stores that I know of in Chester County where the Girl Scouts sell outside of.
Yeah. So don't give me this whole they can't patronize themselves.
So that's BS.
Yeah.
That is a BS argument by the Girl Scouts.
Yeah. And yet the poor girls, they probably made their months, whatever their goal.
More importantly, whatever your see, this is where my libertarian comes out. It's none of your freaking business.
Yeah.
What people do in the privacy of their home or otherwise when things are legal, butt out.
Yeah.
Why do you have to offer an opinion on everybody else's life?
By the way,
it's legal.
As I said last week, Friday, because we talked about this Friday morning, so that's why you definitely.
By the way,
I
don't go to the dispensary.
As somebody who does partake,
but it's none of my business if you do.
But
it's legal.
But as somebody that does, I can tell you that everybody at the dispensary isn't like, it's not just because they're smoking. Everybody's happy. Like, I've never gone to the dispensary where the person behind the counter is like nasty. Like, everybody's very kind. Everybody's very nice.
I lived next to one for 9 months here in Philly.
Okay.
In my apartment. There was one right across from my apartment in Ardmore. I did not find that to be the experience.
Oh, okay. Well,
Like, I mean, but yours might be.
Yeah.
Yours might be. Your experience might be. I
very
did not
kind.
find. I found. I did not find that to be the experience. But I mean, it was. But more importantly, it's legal.
Right. Well, the point I'm trying to get to is I would rather go there and get cookies than you knock on my door.
So would I.
Because now my dog's barking.
Right. And
I got my kid running up.
And more importantly, if it's the Girl Scouts, like leave them the frick alone.
Oh yeah, Johnny.
And if you don't want to buy their cookies, ignore them on the way in or out. But support them if you want to support the cause.
I have a box right now for breakfast. Like,
yeah.
And you
come
did.
on,
You
man,
ate a
sell
steak
them wherever.
Yeah, you found a random stale one, which rarely ever happens.
All right, come
Support the Girl Scouts
Hell yeah,
if
man.
you want to.
No, it's their people. It's the higher-ups that are saying no.
I don't understand it.
All right, coming up next, we'll grab the audio during the break. Connor, rap sheet, latest on the Eagles' plans this week. You'll hear that next. Also, do you trust the Eagles? Because a lot of you don't want certain players traded or signed or re-signed. Well, if the Eagles do it, don't they deserve that trust? We'll find out next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tell you if you're ready to pop the question, the big question. I've already got the answer. It's Benari Jewelers. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, you got so many options. But you're not shopping at the mall. Please, you're not. And you're not buying her ring, her lifetime ring, her commitment ring on the internet. If you're cheap, well, you want value. Don't go cheap. Go looking for value. Go to Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square. Benari's going to help you buy with confidence, and you're not going to have to compromise because you're going to find hand-selected diamonds from the world's premier diamond cutters, handcrafted rings from the most sought-after designers. I brought our man Brendan Gunn in there. He was able to design the ring for his lady himself. He had no idea or no experience of what he was doing when he walked in the door. They helped walk him through the process. And only Benari Jewelers offers an industry-leading 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. That means your natural diamond is never going to lose value when you're ready to upgrade it. So you're going to love Benari. The whole experience is amazing. Exton and Newtown Square, two spectacular showrooms. You can get directions and peruse some of the inventory at BenariJewelers.com. But go on in and see them because it is the best. Because if you're ready to pop the question, Benari is always the answer.
These two are Temple made, but for some reason, trust this Washington College guy to produce. Charity comes in many forms. Kincade Salciunas is back from the break. I wonder what they're going to get into.
Oh, we're going to get into the Eagles, obviously, because it is legal tampering day, 12 o'clock. So make sure you're listening to Middays with Marks today. Sean Brace, by the way, congratulations to Sean Brace. Now the full-time member, co-host next to Johnny Marks on Middays
I saw
with
that
Marks. Yes.
when I got onto the plane.
That was a major announcement here on the Fanatic.
I heard that Kevin Kincade was giving you grief. I saw that. Kevin Kincade wrote a column.
Yes. I'm thankful for the publicity.
I'm glad about the publicity, but he wrote a column, and I'm checking this out. Worst announcement ever by the Fanatic of a major announcement. When you announced last Monday that it was not FanFest, that it was people were suspecting it was FanFest,
yes.
And so stay tuned. And but it was the knockout tournament.
Yeah.
And Kevin Kincade was that adamant about
There's
it.
a lot of people that think it is awesome.
Well, Kevin gets to be a very entitled member of the local media.
Yeah, where we get opportunities to do things.
We get to do really cool things because we get to do them. Kevin, a lot of our fans and a lot of the listeners to this radio station don't get to ever set foot on the court at the Sixers. They don't get to go play on the Sixers court, go to a Sixers game for free, and then go and get to play on the court.
Yeah, it's cool.
At an event like that.
That's a major announcement. In my opinion.
That's a pretty major thing for it. And by the way, the people who participate in every year, they find it pretty major. I never have known Kevin to be entitled and to sound entitled. But Kevin, you sound like a pretty stuck-up entitled guy there on that one, and that's not you. Doesn't sound like you, but I read it, and I was very surprised. Very surprised.
Hey, congratulations to Sean Brace.
Good job, Kevin. Sean Brace. Love
that
it.
comes your way at 10 o'clock.
I also have a gift for Middays with Marks from my trip to Florida that you're going to want to hear about.
Do you want to say it or do you want to hold on to it?
I'll save it for a little bit later. They've earned that right, or at least one of those two guys has earned that right.
All right, sounds good. All right, next cocktail trivia. What country or which country is famous for its sake production? 610-632-0975. If you believe you have the right answer, text it in. Matt McCall from Allentown, our latest qualifier.
McCall.
Which country is famous for its sake production? Your chance to get a spot in knockout pair of tickets, Sixers Bulls.
You're making these good, too. The people can really get in and get pretty easy.
Have you ever had sake?
I have. I don't like it.
Not the biggest fan.
I'm not the biggest fan.
Have you had it chilled or warm?
I like chilled.
Well, I prefer it chilled, but have you ever had it hot?
I have not, and I would not. I would not.
Some like it hot.
I've had it chilled, and it was actually pretty good. All right.
Really?
So I want to ask this question. So first off, let's play the rap sheet audio. Here was Ian Rappaport just moments ago on the NFL Network talking about the latest plans for the Eagles as we begin the new league year on Wednesday, but legal tampering today at noon.
The Eagles have had active conversations with at least 4 teams. The Buffalo Bills, who, of course, have traded for DJ Moore. The Los Angeles Chargers, who had some interest. The Rams, who have checked in from time to time. And the New England Patriots. Just does not seem, as of right now, that there is momentum toward this deal. Anything can happen. These deals can change on a dime. If one team says, you know what, we're going to offer maybe a little more than we had anticipated or wanted, certainly they could do the deal. And the Patriots having Coach Mike Vrabel there and his relationship with A.J. Brown makes a lot of sense. I just don't know if the two sides are going to get there. And if it doesn't happen by noon today, free agency frenzy starts and teams are kind of off and running. I do wonder if at that point, Kyle, they say, you know what, let's put a pin in this, revisit it at a later time.
All right, so do we have the Twitter poll still up?
Oh, it's up.
Oh, as it should be, because that's what Dr. Avidan Appel does for you from Iron Mountain Men's Health. 4 hours strong in the afternoon, 4 hours strong in the mornings. What's the poll? What are the results? And then you'll understand why I'm getting all of it.
All right, so our question today, which emotion are you feeling more for the Eagles heading into NFL free agency this week? Worried or confident? 55% of responders are saying worried, 45% are saying confident. And real quick, we do have an answer on what the worry is, where Eagles Dare says it's the Jaylen Carter rumors that have me more worried.
Yeah, it's teams are calling the Eagles. I don't think the Eagles are actively trying to trade Jaylen Carter. But let me ask you this question, and this is something that we can open up for the text line the remainder of the show, other than just answering where sake's made. 610-632-0975. I'm not asking this necessarily for us, because we have our own opinions. And I'm not trying to say this in a way that's going to offend anybody. There are a lot of people that what the Eagles do is the correct decision. Whatever the Sixers do, maybe not so much, is the correct decision. Whatever the Phillies do, yes, that's the right decision. In the Phillies, we trust. In the Eagles, we trust. In the Sixers and the Flyers, we trust. For everybody that doesn't want A.J. Brown traded, but if the Eagles do, don't you trust them?
I completely do.
The people that are upset that Jordan Davis got paid as much money as he did, don't you trust the Eagles?
I think those are different things.
Jaylen Phillips, if he gets paid $20 to $25 million, which a lot of people don't want to do, but if the Eagles do it, don't you trust them?
Yes on the second two.
All right.
It depends.
See, because you have your own opinion, but
it depends on as far as they get the. How about this? Is trust and benefit of the doubt the same thing?
Yeah, I think so.
will give them. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not going to give them the trust. Here's another thing.
Trust.
Here's another thing too. Is I wonder if Jaylen Phillips, because I don't believe you're getting Vic Fangio for more than a year. Is Jaylen Phillips going to thrive without Vic Fangio?
Well, you're going to probably hire somebody that is from the Vic Fangio school.
I got you. Yeah, I mean,
didn't work last time with Sean Desai.
So I have questions. So I have questions about that, but I do give benefit of the doubt to me. So that's interesting. Is whether benefit of the doubt is the same as trust.
Because when we are poll, majority of people are worried. Aren't we at a point where it's like whatever the Eagles do, I'm not saying blind faith because like there's moves that I don't like, there's moves that I like, and I don't want to trade A.J. Brown, but I'm not inside that building. If A.J. Brown has become a problem, I would imagine the Eagles would move on from said problem because the Eagles are one of the better organizations in sports.
I absolutely give the Eagles the benefit of the doubt. I give Howie Roseman the benefit of the doubt. So trust is different to me, though, as far as benefit of the doubt is more something where I go, it's more quick.
But if Howie Roseman sat down with you, let's say he signed Jaylen Phillips to $25 million, which you don't want to do, and he goes, Johnny, just trust me, man. Isn't that also still kind of benefit of the doubt? Like
No, because there's more. There's more to I don't trust his eyeballs. As far as what I've already seen with Jaylen Phillips is that his career, he doesn't get the quarterback on his back enough. And I value that. So it's my personal bias coming in that for that kind of money, I want more quarterback on their back. So it's like I have a personal bias that he'd be overcoming. It's not that I don't trust that Howie knows that, he's a pretty good player and everything. And look, again, now remember, I'm splitting hairs. 20, I'm not throwing up. 23-25, I am.
All right. Well, apparently Rap Sheet had more, and apparently he has something on Jaylen Phillips. You'll hear that next. Good. And then Rob Motti will join us coming up at 9:05, senior writer of the Associated Press. What has he been hearing? Because, man, I'm sure the rumors are all over the place. It is legal tampering day today at 12 o'clock. Happy NFL season already. It's March here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The NFL rumor mill is churning. I'm Connor Thomas, and NFL legal tampering period begins today at noon. We're just 2 days away from the full opening of free agency, and there is news all over the place. We got some this weekend before we even got to the day of legal tampering. The Eagles signed Jordan Davis to a 3-year, $78 million extension, locking him down long term. And we've been hearing different whispers about the future of A.J. Brown, Jaylen Phillips, big free agents that are out there. The Eagles have a lot of guys they either need to re-sign or replace, so we'll keep you updated on what they do next with some of those high-profile names. Sixers lost to the Hawks over the weekend. They also lost Tyrese Maxey, the injury in the game. He has a sprained finger, will undergo further testing, but will miss at least the next 2 games. They'll play the Cavs in Cleveland tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers host the Rangers tonight, also at 7. They took down the Penguins in a shootout on Saturday. You can hear that game live right here over on WMMR. And the Phillies take on the Red Sox at 1:05 in spring training action today. Team USA Baseball. Nice start to the World Baseball Classic for them. They're 2-0 in group play, beating Brazil and Great Britain over the weekend. They'll take on Mexico tonight at 8 p.m. We'll talk to Rob Motti of the Associated Press, senior writer covering the NFL. He joins us next for the latest that he's hearing about the legal tampering rumors going around on NFL Day. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
this legal tampering, I feel like it's going to be relatively quiet. So I'm not going into this legal tampering like on the edge of my seat other than just the love of football because I can't wait to see what other teams do. It's more so focusing on locking guys up.
I think it's more about who's exiting and who's staying. I'm more waiting to see in the next 48 hours, is there anybody exiting and who is potentially being locked down and staying? I know from our discussions that you and I have different ideas on who needs to stay, who might potentially be going. So I think that some of those discussions are going to be what sort of dominates Howie Roseman's thought process over probably the next 48 hours before everything goes down on Wednesday. I'm not expecting any big splashes, but I'm certainly expecting that Howie has something up his sleeve.
Now back to the show.
Happy legal tampering day to Ray Dunn. Ray Dunn, ready to go. Middays with Marks comes your way in about an hour. 3 hours from now, legal tampering, Ray. It's a big day for you. All right, don't tamper illegally. You can only tamper legally.
And be watching at all times, Ray.
Oh, dude, he's got the busiest job at the station.
He does, because it's the time that everything's going to happen.
12 o'clock, man. I imagine there will already be breaking. 12:05 and a half, over, under. Breaking news sounder hits on Middays with Marks.
Under.
I agree.
You're saying under 12:05?
12:05 and a half.
Okay, no, wait a minute. Breaking news sounder, we're only talking about breaking news sounder. They will not use that for anything unless it's Eagles-oriented, right?
Oh, no, I would say any big
Don't do that.
Big move?
Nah, don't do that to Eagles fans.
Well, no, if it's like major
yeah.
NFL news.
No, you could do that. There are going to be major NFL news breaking all day. Don't do that. Because Eagle fans don't really give a damn if a guy if a big signing happens with the Tennessee
Tyler
Titans.
Linderbaum is the second
they don't
biggest.
care about that stuff. They don't care about it. Don't use breaking news sounder for anything unless it's Eagles.
Well, what if it's Cowboys, Giants, or Commanders?
Yeah.
No.
I would say the breaking news sound worthy.
No. Breaking news sounder is Eagles.
Well, good news. I've got control of it, so
Yeah.
I choose
Eagles.
when to
Hit
hit
it,
it.
damn right, man.
I don't say
Just hit it
Giant-
now just for
The
fun.
Giants are deucing.
Slop it up. What if a
See,
former,
then that makes
hold on.
it. They see what? Then I'm going to turn into Kevin Kincade and be complaining about
What
it.
if a former Eagles signs elsewhere? What if Reed Blankenship?
Oh, no. That is Eagles. That's an Eagles story. It has to be an Eagles story to get breaking news.
All right, what if Isaac Seumalo signs somewhere, even though
no.
he hasn't played for the Eagles in a couple of years? All right.
I want to hit the button so bad right now,
Coming
but I
up
won't
at
do that to people.
9:05, we will speak with our man Rob Motti from the Associated Press. But we played you a clip from Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport, talking about A.J. Brown and how maybe it's going to be put a pin in it. I imagine the post-June 1st has something to do with that as well. Or as you've been saying, maybe Howie's been asking for too much. And hey, if Howie asks for too much and then he stays here, the Eagles also win that situation, unless AJ gets really, really upset. What do we have from Rappaport on Jaylen Phillips?
For Jaylen Phillips, the Philadelphia Eagles standout edge rusher, someone who's traded midseason, really found his footing very quickly once again in Vic Fangio's defense. 2 sacks for Philly, but that really doesn't speak to the kind of impact that he made on that defense. My understanding yesterday was there's significant momentum toward a deal for Jaylen Phillips staying in Philly. We'll see if they're able to finalize this and figure it out this morning.
Yeah, it just feels like it's heading that way, right? Like everybody is saying that both sides want this to happen. And if you're Jaylen Phillips' camp, you're going to say, don't sign the first thing that they offer you. See what other teams would offer you. And I think that's the right move for both parties. I want Jaylen Phillips back. I'm willing to spend more money than you would.
I am absolutely not. I mean, if Jaylen Phillips walks away, I am not gonna cry at all.
Right, neither would Connor, because Connor has more faith in the duo of Nolan Smith and Jalen Hunter.
I'm not gonna cry at all. Would I like him at a reasonable number, like a 20? Yeah, I'd be fine.
Okay.
I'd be fine.
All right, let me give you one more cocktail trivia question, because we got to keep giving away these potential spots in Knockout for you. We'll have one winner at the end of the show today. I don't think you had any of these, and I'm disappointed in you. Which tropical cocktail is made with coconut cream, pineapple juice, and rum? If you believe you have the correct answer, text it in, 610-632-0975. Johnny back from his tropical vacation. Connor back from just is drinking golf fest. Which tropical cocktail is made with coconut cream, pineapple juice, and rum? 610-632-0975. Text in what you believe is the correct answer, and you could be in the running for the Sixers Bulls tickets and the spot in Knockout. But coming up in less than 3 hours' time now, 2 hours, 55 minutes, legal tampering. And no team ever in the history of the NFL has done anything illegal. So
Rob would have uncovered it.
You know that they have been
He would have
all the rules.
He would have had an expose on it.
From the Associated Press, our man Rob Motti. Rob, good morning. Happy holiday.
Hi, Rob.
What's going on, guys? You know my favorite part of, or my favorite free agency signing ever is Frank Gore when the Eagles signed him.
We mentioned Frank Gore earlier today. Anything can happen.
Yes.
Well, didn't sign, but agreed to, and then changed his mind.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen often. Normally, the paperwork is signed probably illegally, but Frank Gore did not. Legal tampering. It begins at noon, Rob. Before we even get to the Eagles, do you think it will be a typical frenzy? Because there's a lot of people have been saying the free agency class isn't as big, but do you think there's still a frenzy when 12 o'clock hits today?
There'll be a ton of signings. The splashes won't be quite the same because, like you said, it's not the names aren't as great, as big, as high profile as some others. You look at Jaylen Phillips is probably maybe top 3 available players out there. So, and that's one of the Eagles guys, Trey Hendrickson, Devin Lloyd. I'm looking at names like that. So a lot of players have. We've seen some deals. We've seen Max Crosby be traded already, and we're seeing some movement like that. There may be 1 or 2 more trades that occur that come out of nowhere, and of course the Eagles are right in the center of that. They're right in the middle of that. What are they going to do with A.J. Brown? You're hearing about listening to or fielding offers for Jaylen Carter, which is kind of wild to me, being that he's such an integral part of that defense. So It'll be an interesting start to free agency. The phones will be. I've got 2 phones, 3 chargers, and a laptop, and I'm ready to go.
Rob, you talk about the movement of like a guy like A.J. Brown. There seems to have been a lot of movement in the reporting. I was away for a week, turned off social media, was down at the beach, and saw a lot of people saying at the end of the combine, "Hey, A.J.'s not being traded. I don't know where the A.J. is not being traded." And then I saw. By the same time I'm coming back from vacation, the same people reporting, yeah, here's what the Eagles are asking for in the A.J. trades. So can you give a little clarity? Have things really changed that much? Or has it always been he's been on the table?
I think all along the Eagles have preferred to play with A.J. Brown. They have preferred to have A.J. Brown on the roster because he's a heck of a football player. And you've won a Super Bowl with A.J. Brown. I think that's been the preference all along. Whether A.J. Brown is committed to being with the Eagles, to being a willing participant, to being a player who can just
behave,
mesh in that environment, that's another story. And I feel like Howie Roseman's doing the best thing that he can possibly do, and he's going to listen. And he's going to listen to offers. And the asking price is going to be high, and the asking price should be high. Ultimately, the decision is going to have to come down to what are you willing to accept for A.J. Brown, or would you rather go through another season of potential animosity or whatever goes on behind the scenes with him? I know the asking price is going to be, they're going to want a first-round pick. They're going to want more than that. And I think I might have spoke to you guys during the combine and said, I don't think they're going to get that. I just don't feel like a team is going to step up and give them the one that they want. And they may have to settle for a 2 and a 3, and they then have to make that decision. Are we a better football team with AJ and all of the extracurriculars that come with him, or should we just move on and take that 2 and take that 3 or take that 2 and that conditional or whatever it is? Now, if another team comes in and somehow the Patriots decide, all right, we can part with pick, what are they, 30, 31, wherever they are at the end of the draft, maybe that happens. I don't anticipate that happening right now. Things can change in the market, and when you see DJ Moore get traded to the Bills, kind of eliminates Buffalo. Mike Evans is going to be a big part of this. Where does he go? Where does he end up? Because that team is going to no longer be in the running for A.J. Brown. So I thought at the end of last season or during last season, he was definitely not getting traded. I thought at the end of last season that's probably more likely than not, and I still feel that way, that it's more likely than not. Eagles got to pay some guys coming up. They just paid Jordan Davis. They've got Jaylen Carter's contract, and they've got all of these other players on defense that they eventually have to pay. At some point, you've got to build around younger star players, and if you move on from AJ and get a 2 and a 3, or even if it's somehow a late 1 or whatever it is, you might be set up for down the road. So I think ultimately it's going to come down to that, and I'm still at that point where it's more likely than not that he's not here.
All right, Rob, so you mentioned some of the free agents that they have to pay or want to pay. They don't have to pay. Nakobe Dean feels like as good as gone, so I'm curious, of the 3 other big names, from likely to least likely that they are a member of the Eagles in 2026, Jaylen Phillips, Dallas Goedert, and Reed Blankenship.
Jaylen Phillips, they traded a third-round pick for, and I know they want to keep him. And he's a young player in his prime, on the rise, in Vic Fangio's defense for the second time, and they're going to make every effort to try and keep Jaylen Phillips. And it just depends on how that market dictates his price. Is he going to be in the high $20 million annual average, or is he going to be in that like 18 to 23? And how far willing are the Eagles going to go? I still think they're going to try and make as much as an effort. He's probably their number one priority right now, and I would say likely to come back. I feel like Dallas Goedert is probably likely to be gone unless he's willing to cut. If there's any sort of hometown discount and his familiarity and his desire to stay in Philly, if that plays into it, potentially there's an opportunity, but I think at Dallas Goedert's age, making $10 million last year, do they want to go to, he's going to want more, or do they want to go to where it's 12 or 13 per year, or maybe you let him walk, and there's some veteran free agent tight ends out there. David Njoku's one of them. Yeah, I think they're going to try and keep Reed for sure. Speaking of him at the Super Bowl, it certainly seemed like, he wants to be here. He wants to stay. He wants to be part of this defense, loves Philly. Guys can say that, and their agents are going to try and get them the most money regardless. So it is what it is there. But I think that there's a good opportunity for the Eagles to keep Reed. So of those 3, if you keep 2 of them and you keep the 2 that I just said, Phillips and Blankenship, and that defense can continue to build on that continuity, and defense wins championships, guys, and I think that's got to be the priority.
Do you feel that you picked up anything at the Combine that maybe tipped the hands, or heard anything that tipped the plans about the draft that will we then be talking about once this free agency period sort of calms down a little bit?
From the Eagles' standpoint, John, I think the draft it's going to be, again, in the trenches. It's Howie's MO. And I think there's a need this year, because when you look at that offensive line and some of the injuries that they had, and Lane Johnson being where he is right now in his career, and it's probably at that year-to-year stage, and is he coming back? Is he not coming back? Kind of like Kelsey was for a few years. You got to think long and hard about his eventual successor, and the Eagles love to do that through the draft rather than taking big swings in free agency. So I'd be surprised if they don't go offensive line. And, of course, defensive line, you can always, depending how things shake out with Phillips and what they're able to do there. So either side, either way, if it's anything other than offensive or defensive line, it would be surprising to me.
Rob, do you think there's anything that we might be surprised from this week with the Eagles, or do you think it's more so retaining the players that are hitting free agency or extending some of the players already under contract?
Howie's always good for something that makes you at least raise your eyebrows. And maybe that comes in the form of a veteran backup quarterback. I don't know that it would happen this week, though, because some of these guys who are getting released that are under contract that could play for the veteran minimum are going to want to explore their opportunities to go somewhere and be a potential starter. So it could be later on where you go, okay, this guy, he's played, he's been a starter, whoever it might be, and there's a bunch of them to think about. I don't think it's Tua who's going to be released by Miami. Just doesn't seem like a fit. That could be something that happens that you go, all right, that's pretty interesting.
Speaking of Tua, by the way, what's that market like for both Tua and Kyler Murray?
Yeah, I think it's a little stronger for Kyler Murray. Tua's got the injury history. That's got to be a factor for teams that are looking at him. And I don't know that you look around and you see a team that's in a need of a starter outside of Pittsburgh, and depending on what Aaron Rodgers does for another year, that could take that chance or take that opportunity. Now you're looking at those guys, and again, with them being released, right, and bringing them in on that veteran minimum, kind of like Russell Wilson that 1 year with the Steelers, it opens up the market. I don't know what's going to happen with Indy and Daniel Jones. Minnesota is a team that could be looking at somebody like Kyler Murray, maybe Tua. So there's going to be some intriguing quarterback carousel. Kirk Cousins is going to be out there. Daniel Jones with the transition tag. Those are some guys that I feel like still got some football left, but can they be winning football? Can they be playoff winning football guys? There's a lot of opportunities for them to find spots as backup somewhere with teams that could step in. The Jets are looking at somebody. Certainly they got to bring in a quarterback. Our old friend Carson Wentz could end up in New York.
I saw that this weekend.
Yeah,
Wow.
he could be a stopgap guy there. I know Frank Reich wanted to keep him for that second year in Indy after his one season. He had no input on that decision when they got rid of him. So that's a possibility, but he's got to stay healthy too, and that hasn't happened.
Yep, Rob. Well, we are 2 hours and 43 minutes away, and I'm sure Twitter's going to be buzzing and your phone's going to be buzzing. So enjoy yourself today. Good luck, man. It's the start of the new league year, technically Wednesday.
Thank you, buddy.
See you, Rob.
Thank you.
There's Rob Motti from the Associated Press.
Good information there.
Look, he thinks Jaylen Phillips is back. I get what you're saying, and I just saw I think it was Money Mar. Yeah, Money Mar on our YouTube chat. Phillips can walk. There's a bunch of comparable players to him available for even cheaper. I know the sack total is what you point out.
He's not. He doesn't like. To me, you can tell me about hurries. You can tell me about all these things. It's not. Like getting a quarterback on their back's a big thing.
But that's why those guys are getting paid $40 million or $35. He's not going to get that. I feel like for what he does, 20 to 25
I'll see what he gets.
is that range.
Yeah, but then when someone goes 20 to 25 is a different thing for me.
Yeah. That's a veteran player.
Like that's
that you
yeah, but
lose.
no. 20 to 25 is a different thing to me. You tell me 20, you and I can shake hands and fist bump and we're fine. 25, we're not. Like there's a difference between saying, because I think 25 then rules you out of if you wanted to say I don't want to see player. Like when he said Reed Blankenship for 12.
I'm not doing it.
I don't want to do Reed Blankenship for 12.
I didn't want to do it for 10.
I said 8 to 9. I'm fine. Yeah, I don't want to do it otherwise.
Yeah. And then the AJ Brown. Look. If you're tired of it, sorry. It's going to continue.
Yeah.
Like this story's not going away anytime soon because it's what he wants. AJ Brown wants to be traded.
He wants to be traded. He's the one. He is the one who did all this. He's the one who sowed the discord. For God's sakes. Stop.
That's the reason why when we had that conversation about trust or faith or whatever you want to call it with the Philadelphia Eagles, I said no on AJ and yes to everything else. Because that does not feel like a move that's Eagles created, right?
No.
Like if Howie Roseman wants to go out and give money to some guy, Andrew Salciunas, who I've never heard of playing football before, and he says, trust me, I'm like, okay. But if a player tells Howie or a player's agent tells Howie, hey, we kind of want a different situation, his hands are a little bit more tied.
Yeah.
So he'll try and make the best of it, but that's not a faith conversation to me. That's why that one's different.
What is clear is that the Eagles have been doing all the right things about not playing their hands publicly with the A.J. Brown situation. Speaking highly of A.J.
Sure.
Talking about A.J. Because they're doing the right things there. They're not going to badmouth their child. They watch Dave Dombrowski do business, and they're like, we're not going to do it like Dave does it.
I will also.
We're going to make sure that we don't downgrade our own assets.
I can basically guarantee you, though, if A.J. Brown is traded, we do not get a tell-all athletic Nick Castellanos article about, like, beer on the sidelines or anything like that of what
I disagree completely.
Dude, Howie Roseman likes to have
I
the story
disagree
in
completely,
his favor,
Connor.
my man.
Connor, I disagree.
But where did those quotes come from?
Connor, they're going to.
The Phillies quotes came from other players in the locker room. And A.J., we do know, is very well liked in that locker room.
Connor, there's as was. I can't. How do I say this? Got to be really careful. There is a difference. How about this? There is a difference between someone being really liked at work, that you really, really like the person, but at work they can also be a flaming pain in the ass.
That's what I say about Connor.
You really like them as a person.
Guilty as charged.
You really like them. Like they're a good person. You know they're a good person, and you like them. But to work with them.
Now, I'll use this industry. How many times have we said that guy's really talented, but he's his own worst enemy? I've said that about probably 5 people.
I love that guy, but he
and
just
from this station.
But he just seriously, you've worked with a bunch.
Yeah,
God,
they're very talented, but
the resume in this building, there's been a bunch.
Yeah, but they're their own worst enemy, and then that happens, and that's unfortunately right now the case for A.J. Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right.
All right, coming up next, speaking of A.J. Brown, the Philadelphia Eagles, I mentioned Albert Breer not long ago. He was the one that reported last week, and a lot of people had since furthered his report.
Now they're jumping on it.
First-round pick, and the second had to be somewhere in the top 100. He has his latest on A.J. Brown and what other ideas the Eagles may have this offseason. I'll give those to you coming up next. Get John and Connor's input on it. We'll check more of our text message. More cocktail trivia for your chance to get a spot and knockout. It is Kincade Salciunas on this Legal Tampering Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's all about live betting on the Bet Parks app, and you know what's coming up. Well, it's March now. I've been away. March, you got the big tourney coming up, so you're going to want to be on that live betting all day long, putting a couple dollars on a team that you knew nothing about just a day ago. You're going to have so much fun. The Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app is the only app I ever recommend to you, and they've got your favorite classic casino games right there on your phone, too. You can play blackjack, craps, roulette, hundreds of online slots right there, and you can bet on all your favorite sports, too. Bet on individual player performances, too. Join me. The Bet Parks app. It's awesome. You can live bet games, and new users get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours. Got to check the website for details on that. So whether your team scores or not, there's always other ways to win on the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Look, you got to be 21. You must be in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Michigan. Got to remind you, if you have a gambling problem, I want you to please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles gearing up for free agency. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL legal tampering period begins today at noon as we're just 2 days away from the full opening of free agency in the NFL, and the Eagles are getting ready to see what they'll be able to get done. They've already gotten done an extension for Jordan Davis, though, who was signed to a 3-year, $78 million add-on to his contract over the weekend. We'll keep you updated on what they do next with some of the other high-profile names that we've seen in the rumor mill. Jaylen Phillips, A.J. Brown have all been talked about heavily already this morning. So, something to keep an eye on as the day progresses. The Sixers lost to the Hawks over the weekend. They also lost Tyrese Maxey to an injury in the game. He has a sprained finger and is going to undergo further testing, but will miss at least the next 2 games, according to reports. They'll play the Cavs in Cleveland tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers will take on the Rangers tonight, also at 7. They took down the Penguins in a shootout on Saturday. You can hear that game live over on WMMR tonight. The Phillies will play the Red Sox 105 down in spring training as they keep getting ready for their regular season. And Team USA Baseball has started the World Baseball Classic group play 2-0. They've taken down Brazil and Great Britain. They will face Mexico tonight at 8 p.m. So we'll see if Team USA can continue their success. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
they're really not that bad, at least most of the time. Now let's listen to more Kincade and Salciunas before I change my mind. The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:31 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this legal tampering Monday. It begins 12 o'clock. I just saw Johnny Marks and Sean Brace during the commercial break. They'll keep you up to date on everything. Do we have breaking news, Connor?
Not enough for the sounder.
Oh, come on. I don't care.
Don't do that to
football.
Don't do that to the audience.
I can do it to
man.
John. I can't do it to the people.
Don't do it to the audience.
man.
Don't do it to the
Minka
audience.
Fitzpatrick to the Jets.
That's major news.
Then you devalue the sounder.
Well,
when people are like
the
this.
Jets are trying to be competitors. They're
Yeah, that's
trading
good.
for Minka Fitzpatrick, man.
By the way, we have some really smart people who listen to the show.
Of course.
Including Marcus.
Hello, Marcus.
Marcus is a doctor with Penn Medicine. And he wanted to thank me today. He said, John, I usually don't agree with you much. I love when that starts. He says, but I did appreciate you today notating the truth. A human being has 8 fingers and 2 thumbs.
Yeah,
There is no such thing as a 5th finger.
Yeah, but I just think your reaction to it is what
without
I was questioning.
Without a deformity. And it is not a technicality that someone has a 5th finger. There are 4 fingers and 1 thumb. Because it's okay to just get something right. And I thanked him, and he goes, and this will be, you'll like this one, this will be the last thing I agree with you on this month, probably.
Probably. By the way, name that Phillies pitcher that did have an extra finger.
Antonio Alfonseca.
Good job, man. That's good work. He had the little nub at the
nub
end of the hand. All right, Albert Breer, before we get back to our text line, and we have to get our qualifiers, there's 2 I don't think that we've gotten for the cocktail trivia. He wrote about Jaylen Phillips. He believes he could land closer to that 20 to 25, the $25 million side.
All right, I'm
considering the age playing a factor. He did say, though, the Trey Hendrickson stuff's also something to keep an eye on. What does Trey Hendrickson get? And a lot of people thinking the Dallas Cowboys are the team that will be on Hendrickson because they missed out on Max Crosby. So keep an eye on Hendrickson to Dallas. But he believes the Jaylen Phillips contract, when we've been talking about this 20 to 25 range, he believes it'll land closer to the $25 million side of the conversation.
I can't even.
Yeah, well,
can't begin to even.
Going rate, Johnny.
No, it's not though.
For
on the
players
25 on the 25 range, I pulled it up earlier.
Okay. We actually have to.
Oh, what do we got?
Breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic app.
Minka Fitzpatrick to the Jets.
Yes. No, the Green Bay Packers are finalizing a deal that would send defensive tackle Rashawn Gary to the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, so much for Trey Hendrickson to the Dallas Cowboys.
Late 2027 draft pick is the reported return right now.
All right.
Cowboys adding to defense
a
still.
late 2027 draft pick.
So
yes, because he's not that good a player.
He's a solid player, but here's the deal. In case people didn't see what happened this weekend, some of you were on vacation. Rashawn Gary put out a post on Instagram. Oh, I love it. Amy and I just talked about this last week while you were gone. Rashawn Gary put out a post on Instagram over the weekend. It was the goodbye letter.
Okay.
Because it looked like he was being released. So he had the big goodbye letter.
All right.
Then the goodbye letter was deleted.
Oh.
And he claims that he was hacked.
What?
He claims, I'm sure somebody has screenshotted it. He wrote this entire long, I love Green Bay, thank you for everyone, blah, blah, blah. He wrote this entire thing, and he claims that he was hacked.
He's not that good a player. I mean, he's a good.
He was a captain for them.
Yeah, but he's a.
Bottom line is, here's what happened. The Dallas Cowboys were probably like, oh, whoa, you're releasing this guy? Hold on. We'll trade you so that he doesn't hit the market. He's a guy that averages around 8 sacks a season. He's a solid player.
Yeah, I mean, I
I wouldn't say he's not good. He's
no, but I mean,
solid player.
he's not that. I mean, it's what I'm saying. But like, I'd trade a 5th rounder for him.
Yeah,
that's probably what they're going to do.
That's probably what happened. They probably. I would imagine
maybe?
somebody from Dallas saw
Yeah.
that post, immediately
How old
called
is
Green
he?
Bay. He's 27.
Okay, then it's a little
28.
easier.
Sorry, 20. Just turned 28.
Okay, then
Happy birthday.
Then he's younger than I thought.
today, like
he's younger.
recently.
He's younger
Yeah.
than I thought. Then okay, then maybe I'd go 5th rounder for him.
But here's the thing. What have we said about the Cowboys since last season ended? That defense just has to be middle of the road. And
Yeah.
they're a
Oh, I
problem.
know, and he'll find a way to use him.
He was a Pro Bowler just 2 years ago. He's played 7 seasons. He's been a starter the last 3, 9 sacks, 7.5, 7.5. Solid player.
Much more productive there than Jaylen Phillips. I mean, that's
So he's going to the Dallas Cowboys with now a new front, right? Because they had Kenny Clark in the original trade with Micah Parsons. Then they got the Quinnen Williams trade. So they're building their interior. Now they have an edge rusher to go alongside with it. Doesn't mean they're out of the Trey Hendrickson sweepstakes. For all we know, that could be – I don't know how much money Rashawn Gary's getting paid, but they could have a whole new front compared to where they started last year. So that's a nice move for the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, understand that now that the prenup was, Dak's prenup was rejected, that now they have the money in the Trey Hendrickson thing. So that's good.
Yeah.
So now they got the money.
So there's that. All right, Albert Breer also on A.J. Brown before we get back to the text messages here. He mentioned the Devontae Adams package again, which was sort of how that thing started last week, a first-round pick and a top 100 pick. There's also people thinking that maybe the Stephon Diggs package, when Stephon Diggs was originally traded from Buffalo to the Texans, which was swaps in second-round picks. I'm
a swap of positions?
Yeah, in the second round.
Okay.
And a day 3 swap. I'm not necessarily thrilled about that.
I don't know. I'm open to those ideas.
But what they've been doing, A.J. Brown's camp has been doing homework because people still believe that none of this is
Yeah,
happening.
you mean like so A.J. Brown's agent has been free to shop for trades because A.J. doesn't want to be traded?
Yep.
Just stop.
Now,
Just stop.
in case you're still under that belief, Albert Breer is reporting that A.J. Brown does indeed have a wish list.
Oh, no, but he doesn't want to be traded. No. A.J. doesn't want to be traded. This is a media creation.
I promised last week while you were gone that when the trade happens, that I would not dunk on the people.
Why?
Because
of you mean the people that have been incessantly
they're coping.
Just seriously.
They're coping.
No, but they're coping at the expense of other people calling them liars,
Wow.
calling them attacking their credibility.
Johnny, with great power comes great responsibility.
Ridiculous.
All right. You know what?
You made that promise for yourself.
What was Batman? Or no, the guy
Adam West.
No, but the Two-Face. I forget his name.
Harvey Dent.
Harvey Dent. He was the hero that Gotham needed, but not at that time. Something like that. That's us.
You're so close to it.
That's us.
You either die a hero or live long enough to see
Yes.
yourself become the villain.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's
Very
kind of
good.
us. Anyways, the wish list. Buffalo, not going to happen because they
Not
made
happening.
the trade for DJ Moore. The Chargers. We'll see.
No, that could happen.
That could happen.
I don't see Jim Harbaugh wanting to put up with this crap. I really don't.
The Chiefs.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to play for Patrick Mahomes? If he's a guy that's complaining about
Getting the
offense
ball and getting the ball. Yeah.
you know,
Please, God, no.
But what the Chiefs aren't giving up a first round pick though, right? With all their problems.
they just acquired a first-round pick for Trent McDuffie.
Huh.
Saying.
Eh.
And then New England is on his wish list,
Of course.
as we all kind of know. But we now know the 4 teams that are on the A.J. Brown wish list, according to Albert Breer. Buffalo, which is not going to happen.
Not happening.
Chargers, Chiefs, Patriots. So those are 3 teams to keep an eye on. He does not believe the Chargers will be able to because he thinks won't be focusing on A.J. Brown. According to Albert Breer, he believes their offensive line is where they really want to focus. I mean, Justin Herbert was we're the first to criticize Justin Herbert. He was under attack last.
Okay,
a lot last
detectives. What do you get by his wish list?
year.
They're all
Quarterbacks who throw the ball all over the place.
they're all AFC clubs.
Well, because he also probably knows.
He's already been told.
right.
We're not
right,
trading
exactly.
you. So they've said, give us your AFC wish list.
Right, and I think that's fair on both parties.
No, I think it's very fair. But it tells you more that there's reality to that list because there's 4 AFC teams on the list. That's it.
Yeah, the Rams thing that popped up out of nowhere last week. I was like,
They aren't trading them to the
By the way,
Rams.
I'm not. Yeah, exactly. They better not.
They were never doing that.
All right. Congratulations to Jim Visanti from
What's up?
Bluebell, our latest qualifier. So in the next segment, we will announce today's winner of the pair of tickets, Sixers Bulls, March 25th, when you get to see Matas Buzelis and the Bulls come to town, and then also the spot and knockout afterward.
Look at you.
I got a big day Wednesday. I told you guys about it a couple weeks ago. I'm raising the flag.
You're waiting.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
The Lithuanian flag. It'll be Lithuanian Independence Day, and I'm honored
awesome
to be raising the flag at City Hall on Wednesday. It's a really cool moment for me personally. And then Matas Buzelis comes to town a couple weeks later. It's the Lithuanians looking on up here in March. All right, coming up next, we'll announce the winners. Also, we'll kind of give you the schedule that is this week because it's going to be crazy, right?
Fun.
Legal tampering is just the beginning. There's a lot going on in the world of football this week. We'll tell you what coming up next. We'll check some more text messages on today's topics about your vibe going into the new league year. Our poll has been holding steady, thanks to Dr. Avidan Appel. Worried, the majority of people are saying. Interesting. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
My friends Dan White and Associates have been in business for over, 38 years, going on 40 soon. Hey, they specialize in retirement and financial planning. So what that means is they're going to address every client's needs individually. So what they're going to do is they're going to stress test your retirement plan. If you're somebody like me, getting a little closer to the time that you want to think about those things, they're going to make sure that the decisions that you've been making are the right ones. They're also going to help you create income in retirement that will help support the lifestyle that you want to live. They're going to help you find certainty in your financial future because finances in retirement, well, they can be a bit of an overwhelming topic. So they want to sit you down and be a chance to talk to you. You might want to go to one of their educational seminars that they host throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. You can do that. Or you can have a complimentary no-risk consultation. You can go to their offices and sit down with them in Pennsylvania or Delaware and go visit with them and have a chance to have a one-on-one conversation where you can find out, boy, things are looking better than I thought. Go check out danwhiteandassociates.com on the web. Find out more about what they're all about. Because, here's the real important thing. They're going to educate you, and you're going to find out what are the best decisions to make for your future. With Dan White and Associates. Check them out, danwhiteandassociates.com.
The Sixers are in another stretch playing without Joel Embiid.
You guessed it with me, John Marks. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Let's get back to more of Kincade Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Yep, Middays with Marks comes your way at 10 o'clock and the beginning of the new era with Sean Brace back full-time. So it's Johnny Marks, Sean Brace, Ray Dunn starting at 10 o'clock on this legal tampering Monday morning. They will start 2 hours before legal tampering is allowed to begin. Everything before that is illegal tampering. By the way, a happy holiday to you, Connor.
Thanks.
It popped up on my timeline, even though I don't believe in these things, like the National Something Days.
What
it
is
is National Napping Day.
Oh, I need
Connor's
one.
So
in-
Connor needs one because you did not land until after 12 o'clock, well, this morning.
And his energy has not waned at all.
No, that's
today.
why he's a true pro. But yes, National Napping Day is today.
I will be partaking.
It promotes the health benefits of how long do you think the nap is that they believe is beneficial to your health?
And less than an hour.
Yeah, I would say 30 minutes.
I say 45.
According to a study from Boston University, you played at Boston U game-winning shot today in headlines. William Anthony and his wife, Camille Anthony, 10 to 30 minutes
Oh, it gets crazy.
is considered beneficial to you.
10 minutes is a cat nap.
Well, then my 4-hour nap today is going to be like 8 times
Yeah.
as beneficial.
4 hours is
nap.
not a nap.
Yeah, no, you
Now, to
you
me-
went to bed.
To me, a nap is an hour.
Yeah, that's
An
I'm
hour.
right around.
I always set my alarm for an hour and 15.
And you're always up beforehand.
Usually I'll wake up beforehand, but I set the alarm for an hour and 15 so I don't go further than that. Because then I feel foggy.
Yeah.
If I go longer than that, then I feel like it didn't. I don't get the benefit. So I maybe understand that couple, what they're talking about.
Connor, good, happy day. All right, we
nuts.
need to announce a winner. Do we have a name in the hat or a name in the wheel for today's winner? We have the Sixers tickets, Sixers Bulls, March 25th at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can get single game tickets at Sixers.com, but we have 5 more pairs this week, which means 5 spots in Knockout. Today, the first, and our winner is Jim Visanti, one of our last qualifiers. Jim Visanti from Bluebell is our winner of today's Sixers Bulls tickets and the spot in Knockout. We will do this every single show this week, different ways that we're going to play the game. We'll let you know throughout the course of the show. All right, so the schedule this week. So today we've been talking about it, every day, every minute. It is legal tampering day. 12 o'clock today, so listen to Middays with Marks because it's going to go crazy after that.
Something's happening. You never know.
Yeah, something's absolutely going to happen. And then at 4 o'clock this Wednesday, March 11th, is when the new league year officially begins. It's when all these trades that have happened over the weekend or last week are finalized. It's when all the potentially agreed upon contracts are finalized. So the new league year begins at 4 o'clock on the 11th. And then the league meetings, where they discuss some other things, take place March 29th to April 1st. That's when the voting happens on new rules, right? That's when the tush-push.
If they had decided to bring that up, that's when it would have happened.
Yes. So March 29th to the 1st. And then, before you know it, we'll be right around the corner from the start of football. So in March, legal tampering today at noon. New league year begins Wednesday at 4 o'clock. And then at the end of this month is when we'll get an idea of what changes could happen to the NFL. And in case people missed it earlier, there was a change that was not reported that got voted on last year, apparently, where teams are allowed to speak Zoom to Zoom, face-to-face, but via Zoom today for at least an hour for up to 5 players. I'm surprised that wasn't reported, maybe because it already happens. But now you're allowed to do it technically legally.
Great. I think that's great.
So
You're now to legally do that.
All right. What do we got on the text line this morning, Connor? Again, Dr. Avidan Appel, big fan of his. Iron Mountain Men's Health keeps the pulse strong all 4 hours in the morning. We asked the people sort of how they're feeling going into the new league year, and the majority of our voters, which emotion are you feeling more for the Eagles heading to NFL free agency? Worried or confident? 55% said worried. I'm surprised by that many people.
I can't believe it. I
being
can't
worried.
believe it. I'm shocked.
What do we got on the text line?
All right, so we have a check-in on the conversation about the 2 potentially tradable players. One, we know A.J. Brown, but then Jaylen Carter we brought up earlier. This texter says, trade A.J. Brown for a first and a third, then Jaylen Carter for 2 first-round picks. I would be perfectly fine with that since I agree we can't pay everyone, and those are premium picks to restock the roster.
This person's. Where is this trade Jaylen Carter thing coming from?
It's just
from
crazy.
Eagles fans. Forget the report
Like,
and
no.
the rumor. Like, are Eagles?
No.
Do Eagles fans not like? Not all. Sorry, I don't want to say Eagles fans. Period, because that's a blanket statement.
No.
I'm surprised there are people out there that see what he is able to do from a talent perspective and are trying to, as Daryl Morey said, sell high.
No, not doing it. Not doing it.
There are two things that I think contribute to that. Obviously, it's the issues with like the multiple
spitting, two suspensions.
2 suspensions. But the other thing I think is the average NFL fans. I consider myself in this quality, so I'm not trying to take a shot. Ability to evaluate interior defensive line play.
He's a game wrecker.
Yeah, dude's a
and I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. I do not want him gone. Never would want him gone. Don't want him gone.
Just the numbers are very tough to quantify. Just how elite he is.
Quick thank you to our listeners that supplied me with the recommendations before we
Andrew
left.
Ellis wanted to know what your top 5 list was.
All right, my top 5. Number 5, the frozen vodka lemonade with the thyme.
I can't imagine that being bad.
It wasn't bad. It was made me very thirsty afterwards.
Okay.
So I tried it once, didn't try it again. The Amalfi came in 4.
That's solid.
I liked the Amalfi. It was good. Liked it. Liked it. Didn't love it. The vodka grapefruit juice with pineapple and lime. Liked it.
It's interesting.
Didn't make me thirsty, but it was very much a in the sun pool drink, not sometime else. Number 2, the Paloma, which I'm a big fan of now.
How about that?
And number 1, the Kiparosca.
Yeah, that's.
Which I tell you, which I guess is the Brazilian one.
Yes.
The vodka cocktail, which was just, I'm telling you, that's really good. That's really good. But I would tell you, the Kiparosca and the Paloma, those two could have been interchangeable.
So
But
would that
I
be,
picked one.
would you now order those
Yes, absolutely.
at other establishments?
No question. No question. Both of them summer, though. I would just go Tanqueray and Tonic most of the
Good
time.
thing that's right around the corner.
But now I will wander. I will cheat on the Tanqueray and Tonic.
Well, that's good.
But
Look,
there it
you're,
is.
you're
And I
expanding
appreciate-
your,
but I appreciate
your
the
cocktail
audience.
palette.
I appreciate the audience doing that, though. It helped out, so it was good.
Damn right. Thank you to the audience. And I'm glad to have you both back.
to be
By
here.
the way, update on the Rashawn Gary trade. Just a 4th-round pick in 2027.
Well, he got a 4th-round pick for him.
That's a good deal for the Cowboys, man. A 4th-round pick for a guy that averages around 8 sacks a year to go alongside.
See, I would have
He's
gone-
not their lead guy on
I would have
the.
gone later. I think that's a little more. I would have said 5th. I would have given a 5th for him. I think 4th's a lot for him. Got to tell you, I'm not as big a fan.
I think it's a solid move for a team that's defense was that bad last year.
We'll see.
It's a solid move.
why
All right,
they like him.
Middays with Marks is coming your way next. Legal tampering. I imagine something Jaylen Phillips related happens today. And it just seems like we're heading in that direction. And we will react to said news tomorrow, even though it won't be official till Wednesday, but it's going to happen. And then we'll see. Who knows about A.J. Brown? We'll figure it all out. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Enjoy yourself.